Pay no attention to the penis in the helmet.
It's gotta have protection.
It needs its protection. Hello, everyone. Greetings. We are live and well aware of everything around us. Welcome to Into the Nightmare. Announcements. We have our usuals. There's our wonderful Playing with Mutts tomorrow. We have, what is it? Shenanigans this Friday?
Yes. Shenanigans this Friday.
Excellent.
I have to think about that.
Shenanigans, oh, that's right.
I'm taking a holiday.
Yeah, I think he said something about trying to one-shot a game.
Mm-hmm. Because it doesn't have a save function. We'll see whether he succeeds.
Yes, because it doesn't have a save function. We'll see how well he succeeds. It's Ben, after all. Then we have Nightbane on Saturday, our wonderful TTRPGs of Nightbane on Saturday, and Tales of Andrea on Sunday. Join us for those 2 days. That's 4 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday. And yeah. Other than that, do we have any extra announcements for today?
Don't forget to throw your points into that wonderful one-shot that we've got inside the community funding right now. It is the Watcher's Pocket Dimension. It's actually a fun one-shot. I enjoyed playing it, and I'm going to enjoy DMing it, because it's going to be a hoot and a half. So, go ahead and fund that lovely little thing.
Captain.
And don't forget about this last Thursday, we have Michael Howe's one-shot. Hang on. The Dwarf Caverns of Gamul. I will never say it right. Of Gamul. That is this coming last Thursday. I will be in that one, and there are a few others as well. It's going to be a nice little collaboration of other people. And
it's going to be a hoot.
It's going to be a hoot every time. Everything we do here at the Albarian is a hoot. Hoot. That's it from me.
Hoot. It's gonna be a hoot.
A wonderful hoot. Yeah.
Roll the intro.
let's just roll into it. Let's go.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, but if not, at least will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Yes, wonderful. Welcome back to Into the Nightmare. Last week, the party managed to make it to their orc mama, the matriarch, where they found that she is indeed working alongside with Cephas, or rather, Cephas is working alongside with her. He gave Valisor an option, which Valisor took and ended up leaving the party. He is now off hunting on his own, or on his own, he's actually got the support of Warforged behind him. And then after that, they made their way over to Sylvie's tower, which is sitting in a realm filled with other towers, including one Duchesne recognized, a red one, a kind of vicious mockery of the tower he has been seeking. They then we're able to converse with an eldritch horror known as the Great Old One, who, by the end of their conversation, was losing connection, and we left off with them being given the final options of continuing to explore these towers, including the big red one, or returning to Falkovnia, because they do have that as an option. And then the Great Old One cut out completely, and that is where we are now.
That wasn't at all because we had internet problems.
No, not at all. I mean, yes, it was, but shh. So, what would the party like to do?
I'll look at them. Well, I'm gonna look at Mixie Nix and Smasher. See what they have to say.
I think we need to get all our allies in one spot.
I think you're right.
Honestly, I think Smasher's just petting the bunny at this point.
Who is that?
Nearly aggressively.
I almost feel like someone just thought of me like a bunny. How insulting. Just putting up with it. I'm just sitting there, looking around, watching between Deshane and Mixie as each one of them talk.
This is the best thing in the world, and honestly, the happiness I needed in my life, so.
A pet.
Hey, I was the pet before, damn it. Your fucking turn.
Oh, alright, yeah, sure.
Oh,
Is the matriarch here?
No, you're currently in Sylvie's tower. Sylvie is
yeah, that's
present.
oh, she came back. She had gone off because the first one was giving her a visit.
Oh, yeah, that's
Back
right.
from
Apologies, I completely forgot about that. No, she is not present. She had run off to go deal with the first one because he is currently present in the tower.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
we
I
need
completely
to
forgot about that.
we need to get Zem and the Rojo family.
Who's them? And Rojo is the color. How can it be a family?
You'll see.
Also, colors can be names. I mean,
Really?
they can be names. Colors can be names.
And we're supposed to be able to use this place to do that, so I think we need to figure out how to do that.
Make colors names? I feel like we already have that taken care of.
No, she means she's talking about the portal thingy. Walking through the door? Why don't we just use the door again?
We need to get another plane of existence in contact with another, essentially.
Okay.
You don't happen to be
Why don't we
well
just use
versed in
the
the
door
arcane magics, Emma. Are you?
No.
I had to try.
These are magics far above me, so we should speak. What's her name again, DM?
Oh, Sylvie. Yeah, Sylvie.
We should speak with Sylvie.
I mean, yeah, we could try the door. We have a key. We have a door. And admittedly, we don't really know the limitations of that specific combo. We only
We also need to see where Cephas went, because he obviously didn't make it to the tower with us.
Oh, well, hold on.
Thinks really hard. Dad.
You get a brief image of a zombie getting its head decapitated.
Look, I'm sure he's just fine. Yeah, he's fine. I think he's a little busy at the moment, but he's just fine. I mean, he's all right. I think he can handle him. I mean, he's fine.
I think he's lying.
Not even gonna make you roll insight on that.
And that's when I remember there's an undead attack going on.
Oh, yeah.
You walked away from an undead army approaching. Deal with that first, and then figure out how to get people through planes?
Okay, so
it feels like we're talking about hurting some things, and honestly, I'll be perfectly honest. I'm down for that idea. It sounds like we gotta break some things. Is that what I'm hearing?
Undead aren't things. They're basically like ants on the ground. If you step on one, big whoop.
I mean, person, place, thing. These are nouns, all that good stuff. So I mean, it's not really a person or a place at this point. So I'm just giving it the thing.
That's fair. Actually, no, that's
Smash her.
totally
Diggity on
fair.
that.
Get the door.
Sets down Emma, and then gets up and opens the door up.
I'm gonna dial the key to go right back where we were before, pretty much.
Back
I'm
to the
just gonna open the
matriarch.
door. Well, back to where Cephas was. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, he went
Same
through the
place.
door with us, so yeah.
oh yeah, that's right. But yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What about that weird looking tower?
We'll deal with that later. I say, like, looking over my shoulder in the direction.
And he
Well,
is the
then-
resident tower guy.
I was gonna say that he's our tower expert. So if he says that tower can wait till later, then
The tower waits
Okay.
till later.
Deshane, when you do glance back out, you do notice that one of the glass towers, as you were looking past it, one of the glass towers' window seems to shatter in it, and something falls from it.
Roll
Okay.
perception.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Roll a hard perception.
for sure.
Eagle eye that shit. Come on, sniper. Eagle eye that shit. I believe in you.
Perception, 1 second. I forget.
You just watch the BBG fall into eternal nothingness. The rest of the campaign is meaningless.
The rest of the campaign. 25.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like a humanoid, probably a human specifically, though the distance is a little too much to tell too many details. But it does look like whatever that was didn't throw itself out the window, but was rather thrown out the window.
Okay, I'm gonna open up that door.
That's the Deshane thing to do. Huh. Turns around, opens up door, leaves. I knew
Opens,
that's what you were gonna do.
the door opens to a room that currently has 4 people in it. They're all human. Two young ladies and 2 children. They're hiding under a table. A big table. The war room table, to be most specific.
Okay. I'm gonna take a quick glance around the room with my passive perception of 18.
It's very quiet. They seem very hushed, and when they see the door open, they look a little shocked at first, but one of them goes,
Hey, what's going on?
shh.
Okay, I'm going to point and look down at Mexinix, and I'm gonna mouth, "Get them. Smasher and I will deal with what's in there." And then,
I'm gonna kneel.
leaving the door open.
Oh, well, I'd like to just kind of kneel down to Emma, who I just kind of shushed real fast.
Emma, we're gonna go in there. We're gonna bust some shit up, all right? Like, wait for everything and then attack. Right? We're gonna go in, then wait. If you see anything that we're gonna fight, then attack.
Do
Okay?
I
Don't go rushing
see
in with us.
the rafters in the room?
Oh, that's right.
that
he
we're
used to
heading
be
into?
up there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
As he's saying all this, I'm just kind of looking, peeking around, and then as you finish, just poof of smoke
Gone.
as I disappear.
Roll a stealth for me.
Yes, please.
That one, please.
I have to
Poof
roll
of
2
smoke,
on
you're
that
still
one.
standing right there. That'd be amazing.
Ooh.
Okay. You two see me pull my guns.
27.
Ready? Ready,
And
Max?
then I'm gonna hop in real quick, chink, 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 and allow Mixie next to go over to that overturned, or no, that regular table, I should say.
I'll step in as
It's
well.
a regular table.
I'm scurrying through holding my mom's box.
Okay.
When I get in there, what is my passive of... Do I see anything that Deshane would have? Because I have a passive of 22.
Oh yeah, your passive is way higher than Deshane's passive. You don't see anything more. It is just the doors are all closed. The door you're coming in is the front door technically.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm just
I'm
gonna
gonna
keep my
hold
eyes
the
peeled.
door open
I'm gonna get
and
Betsy out.
wait for Mixie Nixon and the little ones.
Are you
Right.
ushering them through into the tower? Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
actually a good idea. The young ladies actually help along, and they quickly scurry, trying to stay as quiet as possible. And when they get through the door, they look around kind of confused.
I'm gonna quickly reach down, like stepping in and whispering, and I'm gonna give them one of my bullets for proof and say, "That's why you're here. Tell them this is where you're gonna be safe. We'll be right back." And then I'm gonna
She
Close
accepts
door.
it.
and
Watches
take
as you
the
close
key
the door.
out. Put that key in my
I'll break
pocket
it.
for safekeeping.
I'll break the door down real fast.
The other side of
Okay.
your door is the normal front door to the area. You can now hear what sounds like some kind of fighting going on out there.
Okay.
Time to bust some undead.
I nod.
Time to bust some undead.
I'm gonna try to
You
find
get
a way
moving.
outside in the rafters.
Where's my die? Where did you go? I'll use you.
Oh,
Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, Emma, as you climb out onto the roof, and they open the door, you can see that the streets are currently strewn with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of undead bodies. It doesn't look like the defense of this city is having any difficulty whatsoever dealing with these undead. It just looked like initially there were so many of them, it was overwhelming. However, now you can see that the problem is becoming a moot problem. The fighting is starting to die down. What undead there was, charging at anything it could see that was moving or living, is easily being cut down by all the orcs, and even the goblins are not having too much difficulty taking care of these undead.
goblins
There's
are
one
strong.
portion.
In groups, goblins are strong, man. Don't underestimate goblins.
In one portion of the city, you can see a group of specific orcs looking. You know them as the matriarch and her children. The matriarch is not fighting. She is currently just standing there as her children around her are mopping up what's left of the undead. And then on a roof not too far from you, you can see what looks to be this tall individual with a very long black blade hopping from one roof to the other, coming towards you very quickly. The rest of you at street level, you just see a whole bunch of undead bodies everywhere on this street, and the sound of fighting off in the distance.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
stay hidden but follow the party.
Okay.
I
Traveling
don't
the
think
routes.
they need us.
You thinking I'm
I think you
bad?
might be right.
You can see Well, most specifically, you see the building you just walked out of suddenly approaching very quickly, and then you look up and you see Cephas suddenly descend. Emma, that tall individual you saw, suddenly fades into being Cephas, and his sword changes into being a walking stick, which he lands and places it on the ground and goes, you've returned.
We're back.
Mm-hmm. I stepped through the door, but ended up on the street instead, so apparently I was not welcome at that tower.
So,
You probably will be now.
Oh.
speaking of which, we should probably... Should we wait to let those girls out?
Yeah, I'd rather explain it
Sooner than later.
once and then, instead of like explain it to Cephas and then explain it to the matriarch and then.
Also, time is wibbly wobbly in that tower, so it's of the essence that we get them out soon.
This is true. Open the door.
You have the key, dude.
I need
You
you
have the
to set it up.
No,
I've already got the key
the
up.
door doesn't come with us. I thought I was breaking it down, but the door doesn't come with us when we go places. Does it? Is it?
Yeah,
now?
it does actually.
It does that now?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yep.
before we had to leave it behind. Cool. So I'll open it back up and set it up.
That is a
I
new
hope that-
feature that has been part of the door since the last 2 times you've used it.
So I did. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure about that. It's cool. That's good to know.
Yeah.
She's still standing there looking confused. It's almost like you just closed the door. Of course, now it's facing the other direction, and all the children in there are kind of looking away from the dead bodies everywhere.
Where's your home?
The young lady looks at you and Cephas says, technically, no one here truly has a home.
I mean, where are you staying?
She points in a direction, and you see one of the larger buildings looks kind of like it was a place for people to live in. It's just down the road.
Okay. I'm gonna...
I can take them.
Okay.
You guys want to deal with some stuff? I mean, well, if you guys want to deal with some stuff, I can take them real fast back to their house.
I'm gonna nod and look at them and say, Smasher here is gonna take care of all of you.
The young ladies grab the hands of the children and get behind you, Smasher.
I'll hold my fingers out for the kids to grab, and then walk them over to their home.
Right, they all follow. I take it that was a successful trip to the tower then?
We
Not
have a
really.
base of operations, kinda. And an inside spy. Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Also, divinity is weird.
I would wholeheartedly agree with you on that, which is why I gave up mine. So, to the matriarch, I take it. She's just over there. I'll take you there myself, actually. And he starts walking, actually in a slightly different direction than what Smasher had gone.
We follow?
I follow.
Cutscene: Smasher playing with children.
Mm-hmm. Playing dress up.
Yeah,
1000%
Smasher,
playing
roll
like
per,
key.
yeah, Smasher, roll perception, roll for me.
Is there? Gonna go throw out a shout out to the 3 Cree there. What's my? I'm sorry. I'm reopening my character sheet. Something got screwed up. My perception is what? Negative anything? Oh, it's 5. That's not bad. So 5, 8. 8 isn't bad, but it's like weighty. It has some weight to it, you know.
One of the children is actually a halfling. A child halfling.
So they're extra small.
Mode.
That's the only thing you notice from that.
I lift that one
spring
up
babe.
onto that one. The small, because I'm assuming they're the smallest one. I'm making them right on top of my head.
And they are having a blast, trying really, really hard not to look at the dead bodies everywhere.
I would
Right, you
like
guys-
at some point to play hide and seek with them because you can't see me unless you know what you're looking for.
That's true. You will win.
You just permanently scar those children.
That's mean.
By accidentally
Poor
scaring
children.
them.
12 years later, they're still looking.
They're still looking.
I'm just
Find
standing
them
in a corner
eventually,
somewhere.
Hansel.
I'm just
No,
standing.
no, you want an even darker version? Smasher gets distracted and one of the kids stays in hiding forever, you know? And it's just, you like cut 20 years and it's just a skeleton in the same position. Sorry. This is who they're playing the game with,
And they
guys.
never found him alive again.
Oh dear. So yeah,
Just
the rest of the
he was
party-
hiding from someone.
you get led by Cephas to a kind of like a town center area. There's an excessive amount of undead bodies around this area. You see many of the matriarch's children, the heavily armored one, the paladin, Muzz, monk even is there. You do not see the ranger, but all of them seem there, and they just finished cleaning up what was left of the undead attacking, and the matriarch is actually approaching you. As she
By
approaches, she
Ranger,
goes,
you mean my favorite?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
As she approaches, she goes, "Ah, you're back. I mean, you missed all the excitement, but you're back."
We didn't miss excitement.
I take it you found excitement where you went?
Yeah. We might
A
have
lot.
a better base of operations.
Better in what way?
Safer.
And like the first one can't see it, kind of way.
Let's talk, because I've learned some things about this place that make it most interesting to me specifically. She then leads you into a nearby building, which was at one time an inn. Looks like it's not been an inn for a very long time, but there's still a table with several chairs around. And when she sits
An
down,
out?
it's an out now. When she
two
sits down
keys.
at the table, an old goblin comes up and puts a wineskin in her hand and then walks away.
Just as a sidebar, inns are kind of like homes, so if it's now an out, it'd be an outhouse. Thank you. Have a good night. Tip your waiters.
For the combined psychic damage for both of those jokes together.
Up next, we will be having our famous and amazing Valasort. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm into it. I think both of those jokes put together, back to back, they were out of this house.
I don't know. Why?
That's gonna be another
Why?
6. See, the master always rolls higher, you know.
I'm having an aneurysm.
I'd like to flash
He
a
always
genius
deals more
that psychic damage.
I want to pose. Next time we have to do a filler episode, like our question and answers, we just have to do like a stand-up routine in character.
Oh my gosh.
That would be really good, actually.
And you have to do all 3 characters.
Oh shit.
Callus, Valasort, and Emma.
Oh, that's gonna be a wild ride.
Smashers would just be what was it? Not Jerry Seinfeld. Just what's up with that? You know, what's up with that? We went down
What's
to
the deal?
one of those bars. What's the deal with that?
Oh my gosh, bunny trail.
I'm most excited for Deshane's.
Holmes died of
Anyway.
radiation poisoning the other
He
day.
literally just reads Ron White's jokes for like 30 minutes.
Shall
In a
we
month.
continue?
It'd be more like Mitch Hedberg.
Sorry for the derail.
Anyway, she sits down and motions at the chairs for the two of you to sit down in.
We do. And I start.
One more up. So, while you were gone, when the attack started, from what all the people we've rescued were saying, this was supposed to be horrible. Really bad. Thousands of people were supposed to die or something like that. As it turns out, this was really not a problem at all. It's just a horde of zombies that have no brains. She gives a shrug.
Their
Opposed to-
tactician doesn't know what they're doing and is counting on numbers.
I don't think they have a tactician behind them.
The person giving orders has no idea what they're doing and is counting on orders? Numbers?
I don't think they have anyone giving them orders.
And where
I
did they
think
come
these
from?
undead, they came out of the mist. That's it. I'm not sure the first one is even in control of these.
I don't
They
think
even attacked. They even attacked the city that the Talon have set up in. What did he say that city's name? Ah, Lakar. That's right. They even attacked Lakar harder than they attacked us. They did face heavy losses up there.
How did we know they were coming again?
Everyone that I've rescued has said that every new moon, hordes of zombies, wave after wave, come over these lands.
Seems like a video game called 7 Days to Die. Live.
Sounds like lyrics from a mid 80s metal, death metal album.
It sounds like a good time.
That sounds like a song by King Diamond. It's a deep cut shit, folks. Sorry. Continue.
That being said, I'm a little keen to stay here, especially since now I know I can go and deal with the Talon, rescue the rest of this people that have been oppressed by their commander, whatever she calls herself, Dracov or something. Get rid of her, and better defend these people. However, if you did find a place that is safer, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people who used to live here would rather go there.
Not sure it's that kind of safer yet. It's a blind spot for the first one, we know for sure. We're allowed to move around. It's basically the astral plane. Our ability
looks
to use
over.
this space is due to the Great Old One.
She looks over at Cephas and says, "How many keys do you have?" And Cephas goes, "Well, I can make more."
Didn't the Great Old One make it super easily accessible?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember if we specified how, but I know it's super easily accessible.
Well, I mean, any teleportation can get you to that room with ease. You don't even have to know or have been to that room anymore.
Yeah, keys aren't necessary. Just teleport.
Yes, but a key would mean we could open a permanent door to it, so that people could just walk through it rather than having a spell up. But of course, the option there would be more a case of using it as a base of operation to counter the first one, since it is out of the first one's sight.
Yeah, we might want to hold it as war room, unless as an actual place we continue going back to, all of us. Because it'll get fishy if we all just suddenly disappear.
Yes.
So we have weekly meetings, checking in
In which case, we would want to set up a way to be able to easily open. Oh, that's easy. She just waves over at Cephas, and Cephas goes, "Yeah, it's very easy. We have many locked doors here. Is there a locked door on that end?"
we can build one.
Good enough.
The problem with the only door in that area is it goes to the rest of a tower the first one can see. We don't want to fiddle with that door.
So we'd literally be hiding under his nose.
Yep.
Cephas gets a mischievous smile on his face again.
And like I said,
like this.
we has insider info.
Smasher, on your end, as well as for the other one, who's currently...
I just found out you took away spider legs on chat, and now I'm upset with you. So
there's abyssal fish. They're really good.
Abyssal
I'm just
fish.
saying. I just like those spider legs. Anywho,
I'm still
Yes,
mourning
what
the
can I do
loss
for you,
of
DM?
tater tots, okay? Shush.
Abyssal fish, their skin is pale, almost see-through, and their eyes are milky white.
What do you
true.
eating?
Wait a second. Hold on. I need to queue up some Celine Dion in tribute to the Satyr Tots. Give me a
Oh
second.
my gosh.
So yeah, you drop off the children. They really aren't in too much of a playing mood, just so you know. I mean, there's a lot of dead things around them. They're kind of scared. The young ladies usher them all into the building, and you can see there are people currently hiding in that building that help them in and everything, and you get lots of thank yous from elders and whatnot, as well as the young ladies and the children, actually. After that, you are left to your own devices. Emma, you don't see any more zombies shambling about.
Okay. I'll keep following him.
Okay.
I'll probably kind of make sure everybody's kind of settled and safe, and then see myself out, kind of look around and try to retrack my steps back to where I was anyway, because I didn't really think about like how I was going to find these guys later.
You actually have a kind of like faint trail you can see, which you realize was left for you by Cephas.
Ah, yes. I guess I could have used my daddy radar too. So.
Daddy radar.
Yeah, he's
for some
guiding
reason,
you.
it keeps on picking up to Shane.
I know. I am daddy.
So I'll follow that through to them.
Yeah, Emma, you just see that he seems to be going direction he knows he's going.
Cool.
He seems to know which direction he is going.
I will keep on the roofs and keep following him, making sure if there's any zombies on the paths, they die before he sees them.
Yeah. Your passive again was 22?
22.
Yeah. You don't see any zombies, but you do see a lot of like sneaky goblins flittering around different areas. You start to see they jump out occasionally, grabbing things off of the dead bodies, and then jump back into the shadows. All of them are wearing a uniform, though.
Okay.
Which, when you see any orcs, it's a very similar uniform.
Do any of them look like they are particularly heavy laden in anything? And like a big bounty?
If you'd like, you can do a perception roll for that.
I will do a perception roll for that.
And all ambiguity of what your class was is out the window.
31.
Oh, yeah. In fact, you notice one. He's actually not wearing the same uniform as all the other goblins. When he hops out, he has a massive axe on the back of his back. On his back, he's completely bald. His eyes are a little bulbous. He flips over one of the dead bodies and pulls out what looks like a gold chain with a gold ball at the end of it. Sticks it in one of his pocket, and when you see him put it in his pocket, you can see the pouch he puts it in. It's pretty sizable. It's a pretty sizable pouch. He sticks it in that pouch, and then you see him look around. He notices Smasher coming down the road, and he goes and disappears into the alleyway.
I'm following him.
Well, disappears into the alleyway. You can follow him easily.
He needs to die.
I don't know that. I'm following him with the intention of getting close to him so I can take something off of him.
If you would like, you can re-roll your stealth roll since it's been a while.
It's been a while. I will take that as a lovely hint of you should re-roll your stealth check. And re-roll my stealth check.
It's been a while.
It's already better. Is it? No, it's way better. 32.
Oh, you barely beat him, by the way. Barely beat him. He has a 31 on his perception. So yeah, he barely doesn't notice it. You do see him glance in your general direction. And he continues.
Wrong.
Get a little Kronk up in here.
Alright, now I want to get close enough to him. If he's wearing like a coin purse or something, I want to take it.
I mean, you saw the one that he put that gold chain in.
Oh, I want to take it.
Go for it. Roll.
Roll.
That sleight of hand.
Roll. It's an 18 on the die. So, 36.
Yeah, you get a bag. It's a mysterious bag. You automatically recognize it as being a bag of holding.
Sweet.
It's like you're trying to outroll me with every character you make.
Hey, no, I want
You're like, how can I get in the 30s? I want to get in the 30s, he says.
Every damn rogue can do this.
It's true.
If you play a rogue, you can do this. Alright, a strange
Rogues
bag.
are ridiculous.
Ladies and
few
gentlemen,
things
Emma
they're
just
good at,
stole
they're
from a very
stupid.
bad character, by the way. She just stole from a goblin that has harmed the other party.
Yeah, is high on the death list of my druid. The only thing on the death list of my
At
druid.
the moment.
She's okay with the first one dying too, but she's not actively after that one.
As a note,
Will I be
Emma,
the hero of the other campaign if I kill him?
After
Probably
that,
my
I'm
way
going
on.
to break off. Stop
He
following
smells,
him.
by the way.
No,
He has a
awful.
very distinct smell to him.
Such a smell that it's on the necklace already. Like, as you get away from
Oh,
him,
I mean,
you're
it's
like,
on the bag
you can-
already.
you can-
That's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, it's going to be
Just
on
gonna-
the necklace if you don't take the necklace out soon.
I don't think you should put a bag of holding in a bag of holding.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
no.
can put a bag of holding in a bag
You
of
don't want to
holding.
do that. You don't, unless you want to roll another character real quick.
Almost do. Then I don't. And I go find Smasher.
Smasher is walking happily down the road with purpose. Getting close to the city center.
You're muted. You're muted. Hard muted.
Sorry, I re-rolled perception just to try and see some of this stuff, and I rolled a 6 and a 4. So, like, I mean, I tried. Look, I tried back here. It's not like I wasn't sitting here doing nothing. Like, I tried. Me, the player,
Tried to see.
tried.
Nope.
Just
no.
saying.
The
I'm just
character
saying.
does not want to see.
Nope. So,
Eventually you get the face of Emma in looking at you going, "Hey, Smasher, what you doing?"
They're that way.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
okay.
You now see the inn they're in. The sign hanging on one chain, just barely hanging on. You see, just inside the doorway, Cephas is standing there. He's got his staff up and he's tapping his nose with it.
Hey, Emma.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an inn anymore, so we can call it an out, right?
No, I think you'd have to put the word house at the end of it, and that just confers the wrong thing. I don't think we want
That's
people
true.
taking a shit in the war room.
That's true.
He turns and looks at the two of you as you approach.
Hi.
Ah, there you are. Gestures
The kids are
inside.
home safe.
What's the rafters look like in here?
You do see at least one rafter that's still stand-onable, but it looks like the roof probably has collapsed in. There isn't much of a roof, by the way.
Okay, well, how far away is it? How far up is it when I'm standing on?
It's about 10 feet above Smasher,
Oh,
actually.
easy peasy, I jump up there.
Yeah. Oh. She's in the rafter,
I just
because there's only one now.
find a nice spot to sit down on, start sticking my hand in that bag and thinking, gold, gems, diamonds,
Okay.
and taking
one second.
the items out and putting them into my own bag of holding.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, while you're doing that, everyone else, what would you like to inform or be informed of?
I want to know if you put a coin mimic that eats other coins inside of this bag that Murray's stealing out of. That's what I want to know. Because that would be amazing. Just saying.
Coin mimic? Oh, you guys haven't made a coin mimic yet.
Just saying. Not giving you any ideas. That's fine. I guess. So, what's going on, guys?
Turn to Smasher, and then explain the events so far, that the conversation we've had so far. And then I'm going to say, also, it should be known, in this tower realm, the Crimson King has his own tower now, so that'll be an issue. Whether or not you all want to participate in that fight is your choice. I won't make you.
Well, I do like fighting. It's kind of what I was built for.
I need to find a way to, turn my mom's bones into a compass so it's not just a walking skeleton pointing us in the right direction. Artificer bot. Smasher, got any ideas?
With the bones?
Yeah.
Alright. Channel inner callus. Channel inner callus. What would callus do? Callus would probably grind the bones up and put them in a potion and then drink it and become your mom. That seems like a very callous thing to do. I don't think I can do that. What else? What else would callus do? Maybe he'd build a gun out of the bone. No. He'd a catapult with the rib. No. I mean, my only thoughts are things like reanimation and whatnot. I mean, death is never the end to a willing subject, right?
It's just trying to find its soul it's attached to. I just don't think following a skeleton everywhere is the right way to go about it.
Well,
Gotta find a way to get the compass function of this walking skeleton.
What if we took a little bit of bone from your bones and attached it, much like a compass and a magnet, to a needle, that will always try to go towards. It will always try to crawl towards its soul, right? So theoretically, it would always point towards its soul.
But it would just point at the box. Maybe? Would it point at the box?
No, it's the whole box is all the bones is trying to crawl to the soul constantly, right? So
Yep.
the bones would theoretically be trying to crawl out of the box in the same direction as the sample on the needle. So I think I'm telling you, I think that if we think of this like a magnet and one pole being the soul and the other pole being the bones, if we take a small sliver of bone, it will always be attracted to the soul. So I think we can literally build a compass. I don't know how that'll work interplanar. Dad, do you have thoughts?
Yes, I do. I'm going to.
Wrong, Dad. Sorry, Shane, wrong, Dad.
Wrong, Papa.
Funny
I'm
enough,
talking to Science Daddy.
when Smasher said, "Dad, do you have any thoughts?" Cephas was about to respond, saw Deshane lean forward, and then leaned back and just grinned.
I am going to ask Mexi if I can reach in the box. Okay, I'm gonna pull out both of her humeruses, right? So So, do you guys know? I forget what it's
I
called.
don't think we're going to find this humorous, Ethan.
Yes.
Doubtful.
Do you guys know? I forget what it's called, but it's an old school way to find like water underneath ground, where you got the two things.
Rods.
Yeah, divining rods.
I'm gonna take the bones like divining rods and hold them loosely in my hand and see if they point in any sort of direction.
I mean, same principle. It's literally the same principle we're talking about, except for divining rods is hokey about actually moving your hand. We're not going to have a conversation about like how that's actually. I can talk about charlatanism all day. Doesn't matter.
Anyway, dude, does that work?
How you're holding them and everything, everyone's watching you. You do actually feel the bones pull in a specific direction, but they're pulling towards Smasher.
Okay, I'm gonna look at Smasher and I'm gonna say, move that way. And I'm gonna watch.
When he moves, they move with him.
Okay, I'm gonna say, well, looks like we don't have to search that far.
Cephas steps forward and goes, let me see that door I gave you. Or not I gave you, that door you made.
We might need extras built.
He holds it out to the side, and as he pulls it away from Smasher, so too do the bones pull away from Smasher, pointing at the door.
That makes a lot more sense, because I just made my soul. It would be very difficult for that to be somebody like old.
The soul, damn it.
No.
I made my own.
Cephas just saved himself from a furious Mixie going, "What the hell did you do to my mom's soul?"
Right. That's why he wanted to clarify that it wasn't Smasher. He hands the door back to you, Smasher, and says, I think going through the door, possibly the compass idea might work quite well, actually.
But will it damage anything in the long run?
If you use a finger bone, I don't think so.
Just a small shaving. We only need the smallest.
No, not even a shaving. You can just use the tip of the tip of the
pink. We don't even have to destroy it. That's right. We don't even have to destroy the bone. We can just literally just build a larger compass to encompass an entire small, but entire bone. I would say probably toe pinky bone, because that's probably going to be smaller and easier to use than finger. Everybody's so focused up here. It's all about the feet. Anyhow, so I think we toe bone it. We toe bone it.
Sounds like Smasher wants the toe bone.
I don't like the way that came out, but
I've never particularly liked feet, to be honest.
He wants to be gripped by someone's toes. You know what I mean?
But when you look at it from a mathematical standpoint.
I need a perception roll from everyone except for Emma.
21.
The matriarch currently has her
21.
head in her hands, shaking with laughter. 21. What did you say, Smasher?
21.
21. What did you say, Deshane?
Same, 21.
21. Mixie?
11.
Dot,
11.
dot, dot.
11.
11.
So,
Makes sense.
Emma, you did find a room. It's just the other side of the wall, but it is away from everyone, and there's nobody in it. But when you destroy that bag, a bunch of stuff just comes pouring out. Several books, large objects, a piano, which comes crashing down. Everyone hears that noise. It sounds like a happening in the other room. A lot of these items do not look very safe.
I will take the bag, put it on the ground, like, oh shit. Just open up my bag and start trying to aim it. When the stuff comes out, it just shoots into mine.
It falls
while
in.
looking at the stuff going in. I'm like,
I'd like to rush around to the next room.
Anyone else following Smasher?
I have 45 running speed too. I'm there fast.
No,
Seeing
I'm.
Smasher and probably some other guards around. I'm like,
No other guards actually run. The matriarch is laughing too hard. She didn't actually notice. She rolled a 1. Cephas, on the other hand, just kind of watches Smasher go and goes, that little rabbit is getting up to something.
did someone just call me a rabbit? Dick.
About that time, I come around the fucking door to see a piano and a rabbit holding a bag
The
of holding
piano-
up against another bag of holding.
I think
Yeah,
someone
the
else just
piano
called me
is
a rabbit
upside down.
again. Assholes. I'm not a rabbit.
No, I just thought it really hard. No, I just thought it really hard.
The piano is upside down, and currently on the floor at Emma's feet, you see 2 large books, a box that looks like it's scrolled on it in common, dragon chess, and then a couple of coins that look more like tokens than they do coins. Otherwise, Emma, you currently have varying weapons, several strange artifacts that look like they probably don't belong in this universe, a bottle that has a living creature inside of it that you're pretty sure falls into your bag of holding.
What the fuck?
And then another bottle falls in, this one holding a large ship in water. Also falls
as if it's crashing, you know, like that.
As all of this is happening, I come in thinking what the heck, but I immediately spot the dragon chest set and go, oh, and I reach down and kind of pick it up and start looking at it. I don't know if anybody else knew this about my character, but from day one I spec'd him so that he has proficiency very specifically in dragon chess. And I haven't had a chance to use it, so as soon as that dragon chess board came up, I'm like, ooh!
Yes.
Immediately just drawn to it, and I move over to a table that's kind of overturned on its side, kind of prop it up on my knee, and then sit down and like start opening it up. And just while all this calamity is going on behind me, I don't return to the party or anything. I just start opening up the dragon chessboard.
I'm just standing behind him watching while all this stuff just pours from
Clatter.
one bag into another bag. And I'm just watching
It does stop pretty quickly after the last bottle with the ship in it goes in, and you can tell the old bag of holding is now empty. There is at your feet a book with several feather tokens currently strewn across it. Oh, and the piano. Don't forget the piano.
Hey,
Oh,
Smasher,
you got a piano in his bag.
if you eat things,
yeah, what?
do they get incinerated? Like, what happens to the stuff?
Dad, science dad.
Cephas glances over at Deshane for a moment, and then he walks over to the room and pokes his head in.
I don't even look back at him.
What happens to the things that go inside me when I eat them? I never really thought about that.
Giggity.
It depends on what you put inside of you. But
Giggity.
in most cases, they get changed into a form of energy that you can use.
Oh yeah, he can totally do that to this. Hey, Smasher.
Okay.
Snack.
Ah.
Chuck the empty bag of holding it to Smash.
It's gonna taste rancid, dude.
Yeah,
Does he have
actually,
taste buds?
Let's
he does.
find out.
And Smasher, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh. He just blacks out. Goes to 1 HP.
Oh, good. I have proficiency in con saves.
Yeah, you are sort of robot, so it's not like you can throw this up, but
23.
23. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. I mean, you could still power through it because you're like, whatever, but it is probably the most vile, disgusting thing you've ever put in your mouth.
He's only ever tasted
For me
two
personally,
things now.
as an individual, I imagine this tastes like cilantro because I despise the taste of cilantro.
Some people are like that. They say it tastes like soap. They say it tastes like
Yeah,
soap.
that's what
It does.
it does.
It smells
No,
like
it's a
soap.
gene.
It smells and tastes like soap.
It's
Yeah,
disgusting.
That's
Me,
a genetic thing.
It's like cilantro.
Like I like cilantro, so like it doesn't bother me. But
But imagine the worst thing you can taste. That's what it tastes like.
we
Nope.
we don't
Nope.
want to talk about
let's-
that.
Yeah, let's not start. Nope. Nope.
This isn't nearly as good as like Valister's vape pen or like that food we had the other day. I'm gonna stick to that.
It tastes more like a hobo's ball sack than it does a
I
bag of
don't chew or
holding.
anything. I just swallow it up. Swallow the bag of holding whole.
Wow. Swallow.
That wasn't.
Yeah, it's not
Cephas
kind of
gives you
funny.
a. Cephas gives you a. Yeah, Cephas gives you a look at Emma and goes, "Where did you get that?"
Oh, I've had it for a while. Needed to replace my old bag of holding. The quickest way to do that is to destroy an old one and just have it dump into the new one.
Roll deception.
What is my deception? Fucking shit. It's awful.
You got an 18 insight.
But I rolled a natural 20.
Oh my goodness!
For a total
For a
of-
total of
20. I don't have any extra deception. That's it. That's the
well,
highest
you
I could get.
easily convinced Smasher of that.
Lie detector test determines that is a.
I mean, I have it as a ruling 20s always succeed even on skill rolls. So Cephas just shrugs and says, "Okay," and turns around and walks away.
I don't think I need the piano anymore. Hey, Smasher, you
don't
want to
think
help
he'll-
me set up the piano
Yeah.
nicely inside here? I think it would fit.
Smasher's setting up the chessboard, like halfway setting it up, kind of looks at the piano. Naturally was just asked to help with the thing and naturally wants to do the thing, but is like, I want to continue setting up.
I'll
Pushes
play in
things
chess
down
after.
nice and slowly and goes up. Immediately gets up, goes over, picks up piano, turns it over, sets it up, brings leg underneath it, sets it under there, and then just like I think do I have heat metal? Hold on one second. Let me see if I have something to roll fast. Oh no, I have mending. I straight up have mending. Let me see here. Yeah, I straight up have mending construct. Mend, done. It's pretty, it's nice. Go sit back down. Takes 2 seconds.
Yeah, piano's reset up. Are you putting those things that fell on the ground in your bag as well, Emma?
Yes. Except for the coins.
Except for the
curious
coins?
about those.
Oh, you're gonna leave those? Oh, okay.
No,
Well, they're
I'm
feather
taking them.
tokens.
Oh, the
yeah.
feather tokens, okay.
Yeah. You recognize them pretty quickly too, which is. Wait, would she recognize feather tokens?
No, I mean the mundane magical items.
Yeah.
No, she wouldn't.
So she probably has. Well, no, yeah.
Location.
Got to think about where she's from.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coins with symbols on them. Let's see specifically. There's a bird, a fan,
Herb.
a swan, which is also a bird, but specifically a swan here, a tree, and a whip. Ladies and gentlemen, the DM has to use the restroom really, really, really bad.
Syrinscape.
So I'm going to go do that quickly. If you guys want to keep conversing amongst yourself, the matriarch is going to let you know that as long as you tell her where a door is to set up, or rather tell Cephas where a door is to set up, she's absolutely keen on meeting there at least every 7 days for updates.
Can we work with Cephas then on getting more of my doors made? Because I made the damn thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure he can replicate it a few times, because that would be helpful for them. Just start setting up keys and doors together.
Yep, and he can easily do that too. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Go to the bathroom.
Doesn't have to.
Do it.
I'm gonna close my window because it's cold.
Syrinscape, everybody.
Syrinscape, everybody. It is that online application that you can utilize to share noises and sounds of all kinds with your players. You can do it at the table with a simple tabletop application, or you could do it online with each and every one of the players, including the DM, downloading this lovely handy-dandy sharing online Syrinscape app. And then your wonderful heart's desires of sounds and gloriousness is at your heart and mind. The Syrinscape, check it out.
Glory!
Glory!
Glory to the bead.
Glory, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Syrinscape is here to save us from suffering these sad, sad fates.
This is a good clip, guys. I think this is a good ad clip. For future Into the Nightmare ads, we can just include
We should totally stage it. All
We
agree
just
on a
sit
song
here.
to start singing. One of us should start softly singing it with one by one joining in.
Well, because singing simultaneously is real hard, but I think we could get a roundhouse going.
Yeah. It would have to be a copyright-free song.
what's called a canon, where
Row,
it's
row,
one and
row
then
your
one
boat.
and then
There
one.
we go.
John Jacob
True,
Jingleheimer
true.
Schmidt or something like that.
No,
Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Asher, no.
Again, I'll do it.
We're
again
not.
for
No,
you,
we're not
Libby.
doing this again.
I'll
We're
do it
not.
again, Libby.
No, we're
With a
not.
different language.
No.
Bleed over from other campaigns. We'll do this again. Oh, such good times.
Heimer Schmidt. Oh! Singing about yourself there then, Void Clericy. Hey.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you guys seen that that meme, that John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt meme? Where it's
Which
like
one?
two guys sitting across the table. And one guy's like, "What's your name?" And he's like, "John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, what's your name?" And the other guy's like, "You're not gonna
Never
believe
gonna
this."
believe this. Yeah.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
No, we're not. We're not. No.
No. Okay, so
no.
story time from another campaign. I may have had one of my characters mentally torture one of her characters by singing in
Just
her
gaslighting
head,
her.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt on repeat for hours and hours. Like it was.
Huh.
Yeah, no, it was mental warfare. I may have tortured somebody using that method before.
Yeah,
so
and
there's
my
PTSD
character
going
had
on.
no clue what this was. She's lived for 10,000s of years, but every time she dies, she gets reincarnated and doesn't remember her past life. So she's like 3 years old and has spent these 3 years trying to figure out what she is. And here comes this jackass.
Okay, well, you were in my head.
Hey, that's a fair reason actually. If you intrude into someone's head, they have full right to intrude into your head.
No, that was when you were. I think you were doing that when you were spying on everybody.
I didn't spy on anybody. I don't think Joey spied on anybody.
Yes, when you had your whole
Like a
out
beer
of body
quality.
experience. Got to see the hourglass room.
That wasn't John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. That was a different time. Because the hourglass thing, I was super high the entire time and floating like this, going, oh man, this is super crazy. So my DM, since we're still waiting for people to get back, my DM let me do kind of a character shift where I took on levels of Warlock and sacrificed levels of Bard to do it. And I did this, so I did this thing where I kind of shifted paradigms. Well, he the way he did it, basically, he got me my character really high and put me in a closet during this night shift. And during that period of time, because it was such a big shift, everybody else was doing things for that weekend. Well, I was joking about being like super high and just watching the party. He's like, no, that's exactly what happened. You had an out-of-body experience where you got so high that you experienced the game as yourself floating over the table. As you experience, your character experienced the game as you, the player, for that period of time. So now he is meta unlocked. Like he understands that he's in a game.
Yikes.
Yeah, and somehow it
That's a
didn't
brave
break him
DM.
psychologically. It's good times.
And I don't think I was
Over taking a
intentionally
poop
reading
there,
his
Vaughn?
mind.
That's true.
Yeah,
It just happened.
It wasn't an intentional thing. I learned very quickly how to not accidentally put myself in people's heads when
It
he
was good
started
times.
doing that. Because she only communicated telepathically. She like never talked at all.
All right.
So, anywho,
There we go.
welcome back,
DM's
Emma.
back.
How are you?
I saw Benny Rabbit Trail while I went to the bathroom quickly. Sorry about that, folks. That was sudden, probably because I had a very big dinner. It was delicious and spicy. Yeah. Delightful.
Delightful.
That's worse. That's way worse. Ooh.
Emma, I'm going to have to update your bag of holding with a lot of items. You'll get that update later, though. So
Okay.
Not relevant
you
at the
stole
moment.
Too much.
Still a lot of
Oh.
A lot of things.
Still-
And then got rid of the evidence.
Yep.
I like to
Yep.
imagine that Smasher's stomach is now a bag of holding.
Well, she had to break the bag of holding in order to
I
open
know.
it.
I just ate the extra.
The excess. You are charged for a while, though.
Hey, I don't know
And-
what that means.
Have a
Does that-
have a faint scent that is quite disgusting about you for a while as well.
Hold on, I think I can fix that.
Prestidigitation.
Oh no, I didn't take prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
What? Why do I have animal friendship and beast bond added to my... What? Okay, so I'll figure out my spell sheet later because all of a sudden it's different. But I'll have to, yeah, my spell sheet's completely screwed up, so I'll just live with it for now. What's that smell?
Smells sharp and disgusting. It's a gross smell. Yeah. Yeah, and you also, Smasher, you can add Dragon Chest set to your inventory.
Oh, 1,000% I already am doing
Good.
that right now because that's
Good.
all I cared about in that entire bag of holding.
Does anybody have an empty vial that can fit a toe bone?
I probably do.
Especially now.
Yeah.
Yeah, undoubtedly now you do, Emma.
I want it to specifically actually, though, be the pinky finger, so it's pointing me in a direction.
Actually, I would like to start taking some of the materials we have and just start building a case for it, like a compass.
Or a museum display box.
Basically, we just need it on a, we need it on a fulcrum. We need it on a center point so that it can be pushed around.
You have the know-how and the knowledge, Smasher, to do this with ease. Don't you also have a set of tools?
Yeah, I also have, I think,
The
right tool
tool.
for the job. Or no, do I have right tool for the job yet?
You have
Not sure.
have all-purpose tools, which will
Yeah,
be
you have-
any
You
set
I
of
do
tools.
have
You
a
have
set of
the
I have
tool.
the all-purpose tool. I have the
You have
the master
the
tool
tool.
still. I have the master tool still. So yes, I have that.
Something
Yeah, so
my
yeah,
first
just-
character gave them.
Yeah. It does not take you any effort whatsoever to make a pretty nifty-looking compass-like box for the pinky bone, so that it's easy to tell where the pinky bone is trying to point.
My little, but I don't know if you guys knew this. Because I think I may have gotten it just after the last level. But I have my infusions, and I infused a small gem with basically the familiar. What do they call it?
Monkeyless.
The homunculus servant, which is literally a smaller version of me.
Oh my gosh.
Because you can make them look like whatever you want, so it's literally a miniature me that is helping me build this little box.
That was significantly mentally healthier than the image of Callus I was expecting you to conjure.
Okay, that conversation was had, but it was actually had. So we talked about that, but I decided against that one. So. Just decided against. So yeah, so I'll build that box out and like get it all set in there and hand it over to Mixie because it's her mom's toe.
Right, so
It's a toe
for
box.
the duration of that, what would the others like to be doing?
Helping out where needs be. If not, just hanging
Zem
out.
said she had a lot of problems. I need to be talking with Zem.
Okay.
I'm
and
going through my new bounty.
Yeah, we're going to be going through that for a while. Deshane, you have a lot you can help out with. They're currently gathering the bodies of all the zombies and burning them. You can tell that of the survivors, not a single civilian perished. Which you actually hear a whole lot of these people who clearly look like they've been here for longer than they wish they had been here for. They all look very shocked and surprised and impressed. And every time they see the matriarch or any of her children, you see more than a little bit of reverence in their eyes. And anytime you hear them whispering, they seem to be whispering of all the feats that they were doing during that fight, and they talk about them as if they were awe-inspiring. There's a couple who talk about Cephas as well, but the one thing that everyone tends to say about Cephas is he's more scary than awe-inspiring.
Facts.
That's actually fair. I can't argue with that. I can't. That's fair.
The other thing you do notice, though, is that there are occasionally a couple of orcs or goblins that did fall during that fight. So clearly the orcs and goblins put themselves in front of the brunt of everything to protect everyone else. As such, people also give them a lot of respect.
I mean, death is, easily conquerable by a level 5 spell. Just saying.
Okay,
But only
bring
for a
everyone
minute.
back from the dead.
Yeah, I just absent-mindedly drag these corpses into the burning bonfire
Right.
while I smoke a cigarette.
Not your first time. Not your first rodeo, cowboy.
Nope.
Not indeed. Mixie Nix. Getting a hold of Zem. You can actually pretty easily connect with her because you have the stone.
Yeah.
Okay. When you do get a slightly more exhausted response back. Kind of oh, hello.
Okay. What's going on? You need to be relocated? I can relocate you. I can relocate everybody.
I think so. However, I am trying very, very, very hard to save my little sanctuary here, and it is being eaten away one little piece of reality at a time.
I don't know how to move spaces, but I can give people a safe place to be.
I can move spaces with a lot of effort. I just need to know where I'm going.
Mama Orc, do you want the Oblex and them here? Or should we put them in the astral plane?
The matriarch looks up and goes, are you just bringing them, or... Because it sounds like they'd probably be better here than in the astral plane.
Cool. You're going to come to where I'm at, Sam. I'm going to go find myself a nice place that isn't surrounded by people, so whatever happens isn't a calamity.
All right.
As buildings just merge together, as realities collide.
Yeah, I'm going to go to a wide open field. Mixie just like walks out of room, starts flying in the sky, and goes to the biggest like empty field.
I can actually
be right back.
You to this map now.
Oh, I will pull that up then.
It is the map pulled directly from.
Let
me call the name of the book. Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft.
Okay.
It is the Falkovnian map.
Oh.
So you know. There's only one major difference. This town down here, Eri, is more or less Orcan now.
Okay.
And you can see there's a fort over here. It's unmanned in your flight. There's a village with a temple over here. It looks like there was a fight. Some zombies attacked that area as well, but not very many. This ranch right here looks abandoned, overgrown. You see mountains over here, and there's a hint of buildings in these mountains, but that's about it.
I feel like the ranch would be the way to go, considering what Sem likes to have.
It'll take you about 30 minutes to fly to that ranch.
Cool. If you need me, tell Mama Orc I have the other sending stone for Mama Orc.
No, it's not going to take you 30 minutes. It's going to take you 10 minutes to fly to that farm.
I know,
ranch.
you gave me a good flight speed.
Yeah. That's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
Yeah, that's not accurate.
It'd take you one turn.
Not
what are you
accurate.
talking about?
Not accurate at all. I'm still really bad at doing that, okay, guys? Anyway. Yeah, you get to the ranch, and then you feel kind of a fuzziness for a moment before you notice that where the ranch itself is, the building suddenly seems to collapse in and on itself, and instead of there being a ranch there, as the building just sort of collides, reality bends, and you see the forest that had never seen sunlight start to appear. The darkened or palish bark trees with the blue leaves, the fruits that very clearly look like healthy fruits, different shrubbery, the pool, which currently has Zem half inside of at the moment. Several of her eyes drooped down, just barely dipped into the pool, her large eye just half open as she's sitting there, a glazed look over her eyes. Kneeling next to the pool, you see your little demoness friend. I don't know why I'm forgetting her name.
Lyra?
I gave her. No, not that one. The hellhound. The little hellhound girl.
She went with she went to Borka.
Oh yeah, that's right. She went to Borka with Yeah, so you don't see her then. Just them. And after about 5 minutes of you don't currently see the pixies. But after about 5 minutes of just reality seeming to warp and change, the ranch is completely gone and is replaced by her sanctuary. And her eye seems to come into focus, and she sees you, and she goes, "Ah," floats up. You can see she looks tired.
Yes. You'll need sleep. Did you have a way of contacting the Red family?
I'm not sure what happened to them, but that portion of the tunnels disappeared first.
What do you mean, disappeared?
Bloodspur is no more. It seemed to collapse in on itself. Reality just simply...
It got really heavy beforehand? Like life existing got heavy?
Yes. The pressure of gravity became more.
Well, I have a little red one, sort of. Points at the tips of Pip.
You again feel
rest,
Pip give a little bit of an apologetic feeling.
Do you think, baby, we could, after you get some rest, we could use little Rue remnants to find the rest of the family?
Remnants?
It would not hurt to try.
You cool with orcs, goblins, like...
Her eye gets a little bit harder. Her eyes get a little bit harder, and she goes, "Depends. Do they have a problem with me?"
Mama Orc won't, because you're my friend.
Then I won't
really
have a
need to
problem with them.
get you introduced. Trying to figure out, should I just have them come here? I think having them come here would be better. Mama Orc, can you come north? Over.
Over. Roger that over.
You get a brief feeling of amusement, and then, where exactly am I going?
It was a ranch once upon a time. You'll notice it's
Zemuria?
different.
I'll be there in 20 or so minutes.
Doesn't Cephas have magic for this baloney? He's gonna be a part of this, he has to contribute.
Cephas is a little preoccupied right now.
Doors.
If you want a quick fix, guys, for the the distance on this map, one of those squares is just a mile, if you look down here. So just one square is 1 mile.
Yeah, actually,
It's roughly about
actually
the same
pretty
size.
pretty about the same size. You're
It's
right.
roughly. If you measure from, if you do this from like middle of this square to middle of that one.
Yeah, so 10 minutes was about right. So
Zem
it'll take
is
about 20
here.
minutes to get there.
So, if you're bringing people with you, let them know this is a beholder and she is good. I would die for her.
I would kill for her.
I'll be coming alone.
I'll murder entire towns, she says.
Vishane, you
Yep.
do notice at one point, the matriarch who had also been assisting in moving bodies stops, looks up, and then looks north, then looks over at you, nods, and then just breaks into a dead sprint, heading north.
I go back to burning bodies.
That's such a Deshane thing to do. Just, nope, burn the bodies.
Bodies. Gotta
Don't
keep the
give
town
a
clean,
fuck
guys.
about you.
You know, I give my wife a lot of shit in campaigns for doing the homework because that's kind of the person she is. But you know what? Deshade right now, it's like he does the work. He just does the work. Like whatever it takes, he just goes in and is like begrudgingly, let's get it done, and then just gets the job work. Like it's fucking respectable. That's all.
He is the paperwork guy.
Absolutely.
He's the beleaguered cop that should have retired already.
Yeah, but he does his job.
But god damn it, he does the paperwork.
But he does the work. He does the paperwork.
He catches those cripples. He might shoot them, but he catches those cripples.
He's a questionable cop.
He's Dirty Harry.
Accidentally kill him just because, I accidentally dead-eyed him.
Oh, I accidentally
Goes to like shoot at the foot to like shoot the knee to like make them stop. Blows the full leg off instead.
Yep.
Oops.
That's the shame if he took the lucky feet.
Emma,
That's what I'm taking next.
of those items you have gained, a couple of them seem interesting. Specifically, the book that you had picked up from the floor. It gives off a very sinister aura, and is written in a language you do not understand. You do also find an orb that has a swirl of shadowy black and fiery red energy flowing through it. And every now and then you could swear you see an almost draconian looking eye looking back at you from inside this orb. Let's see, what else do you find that would be interesting? You see a ring that has an almost like light feel to it. It looks like it should be silver, but it's too light to be silver.
I put that on.
It's a ring of feather falling.
I was gonna say, does it have a little bird on it by chance?
No, it's just a silver ring in this case. So normally a ring of feather falling does have a bird on it.
Yeah.
Normally it does, but it is still a ring of feather falling.
I wasn't planning on printing one for my wife because her character has one. I don't know exactly what that looks like.
Adorable.
And then
get a room.
Inside another pouch, a small pouch, you find one more feather token that has an anchor on it.
Anchor.
The very last thing you find that is most definitely interesting is, let me just bring this one up. A fine black silk cloth that's folded like a handkerchief.
So, any initials or anything on the cloth?
No, it's just black.
Cool. I'll put that in the bag. And then I will take that book, start, big hand carrying it, going over to wherever Deshane is. See that he's putting bodies on a fire, and he's like, "Hey, Deshane," chuck the book in the fire. "What you doing?"
You do realize fascists burn books, right?
What's a fascist?
That's a lot
A
of
Nazi.
dice.
Would you roll a percentage die for me, Emma?
Oh no. She dies right here. He has to roll a new character. before the break. Let's go, folks! That's what I hope happens now.
Just gonna let you know,
This
Deshaun,
is
if she
punishment
dies,
for burning a book.
you die.
Oh no. Well, I'm willing to learn. So everyone learns a lesson not to burn books. I'm willing to let my character die.
75.
75. Okay, good. The book lands in the fire, and smoke swirls around it. You see the fire trying to lick at the pages, but it does not light on fire.
Can I see one of your
I want that
boomsticks?
book. I want that book so bad.
Deshane,
I want it.
boomstick. Can I see?
I'm just looking at her very directly with a look of... And as soon as you turn to me, I'm going to say, after you stole them? No.
What? I gave him back.
Where I come from, if you steal a gunslinger's guns, you get publicly executed. And then I'm going to grab a body and throw it onto the fire on top of the book, and then turn around and walk away.
Yeah.
Deshane, would you also roll a percentage die for me?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I will.
Grab the book.
Ooh, that's a hot 14.
A hot 14, huh? Yeah. Emma, you're looking directly at it. Deshane, if you want, you can make a perception roll. But Emma, you're looking directly at it. That body does not light on fire.
Hey, Deshane.
Yeah.
Bodies usually light on fire when they're thrown in fires, right?
Depends on the amount of decay and composition.
And books usually burn when you throw them in fires, right?
I don't know, kid. You should ask fascists about that.
I figured you kind of looked like one, so I thought I'd ask.
I'm gonna turn very directly and be... Remember when you didn't know what a fascist was 2 minutes ago?
Remember
Now
when
I think
threw
you
a
might be a Nazi. And then I turn around and walk away.
Remember when he threw a body on a book that wasn't burning and didn't bother to question whether or not it was a good book? Yeah.
Well, I assume it's bad. I mean, if
Why
it
do you
doesn't
have a
burn,
problem
that's
with
clearly a
burning?
cursed book.
Then we should probably get it out of the fire. And by we, I mean you. Because it's right in the middle of that, and
I'm moving bodies.
it's way too far into the fire, and I'm covered in fur, and I'm too pretty.
Toss another body on top.
It's not gonna burn until you take the book out. See, look.
The bodies aren't burning.
You're just taking the bodies and moving them from one pile to another.
Is this one on top of the original body that you threw?
It's just on the pile. I'm not even
on the
looking.
pile. No, this one doesn't land on the same body, and it does actually get lit on fire pretty quick.
That's cheating.
I'm just gonna keep hurling bodies. I like pick up a skull, and then I toss it. The eyeball like slides out of the skull. And I go, ugh. I toss it in.
There are a couple orcs and goblins also assisting in this, and some normal folk as well. Some ragged-looking normal folk.
I'm gonna find the most expendable one. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna look at it
There's
all.
also
a big strong
there's
orc.
also a couple. Yeah, there's also a couple orcs that all the normal folk have been basically looking at in awe. Deshane, you'd recognize this to be Muzz and her brother Monk. Emma, you would recognize this as being two of the matriarch's children.
Excuse me?
Muzz looks down at you and goes, "Oh, you're adorable.
I know.
Do you need something?"
Would you be able to move that non-burning body on the pile of burning bodies and get the thing underneath it out for me?
Yeah. She literally walks into the fire, shifts the body over, and sees the book on the ground. Huh. She reaches down, picks it up. This is a weird artifact.
Yeah, I thought so too. Can I?
She hands it back to you, kind of reluctantly, but still hands it back to you.
It needs further testing. Thank you.
Sure. She climbs out of the fire and goes back to moving bodies.
Smasher, I need your axe.
He is
I'm
somewhere
still inside. Fix working on a box. Not even outside.
Working on the box.
Actually, about this time, Smasher, you'd be finishing up with the compass box.
You were suddenly muted.
You muted yourself.
Oh, okay. So I would probably then... I've had an idea in my head for a little while. And I'm gonna take my axe out. And then I'm gonna pull something we may have forgotten that we had, which is a Vorpal sword, up out of my bag, set them next to each other, and I'm gonna stare at them for a little bit because I think that I can get one inside the other, and it still work. I'm just not quite sure how yet. So I'm gonna start working on exactly how I'm going to make my axe more Vorpal-y. I mean, if Mixie can make a mimic shield thing, skin, fur, symbioid thing, alien into a Vorpal object, then god damn it, I can take a regular axe and turn it into a Vorpal object.
One of the doors that leads to a Notch room, Sif is repurposed to be a door that leads to his foundry.
Mm-hmm.
So it connects to his dark realm.
Ooh,
directly.
If I know that, I am going in there because he has tools. He has better tools than I have.
You definitely know that, and the door is wide open.
Oh, I'm going in. I'm gonna start working. Because my thought is, okay, so this is the childish thought of a being that really only has a few months of real life of actual life experience that are his own. He's like, okay. So, before we made it better by adding material, if I keep on adding weapons to it and just keep on like stuffing more weapons inside my axe, maybe it'll hit harder. So that's his idea. He's going to start trying to join those things together.
All right, that's going to take you a couple of hours to do, but yes, you are going to be able to add the Vorpal modifier to your Great Axe.
We are terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. However, the Vorpal longsword
that.
will be used up doing that.
That's fine.
So you won't have that anymore, but that's fine.
I'm okay with that.
You now have a Vorpal Great Axe, essentially. Emma, when you go looking for Smasher, you remember him having been in the inn, and you know what room he was in. When you go to it, the door to your right leads to definitely not the room that is there. It's very similar to having gone through to get to the tower, but you've never been to where it currently leads.
I go in.
All right. When you walk into this. It seems like a big warehouse filled with all sorts of different forges and foundries and whatnot. Some belts moving things like raw metals into this massive maw of a forge, and then belts leading things out. You can see a conveyor where it looks like newer looking smashers, but are smaller than Smasher, are being made, essentially. And then over off in the distance, you see Smasher is currently melting down this longsword that he has. He has his massive axe currently propped up on on what looks like an arcane. What are those things that they hammer on?
Oh, an anvil.
Anvil, yeah, an arcane anvil.
Mm-hmm. Just melting that horrible sword down in the foundry.
Mm-hmm. The fire, by the way, is not normal-looking fire. It has a very strong green tinge to it, and does not feel nearly as hot. However, you can see that it is melting metal with ease.
I will go over to it and put the book
To
in.
Smasher or... Oh.
To what?
Oh.
To the arcane forge. It should be able to destroy
in-
enchantments.
In that case, sorry, the DM totally didn't think you were going to do that, so, yeah. You're looking right at it when you do it, so you definitely notice, but it starts to blacken. It starts to melt. It starts to smell like burning flesh, and then Smasher and Emma, you both hear the sound of screams for about 5 minutes.
Emma, what'd you put in there?
I didn't put anything in there. It's someone else who put something in here, and it wasn't good, so it needed to be destroyed.
No, I was talking about the thing you put in the forge. In the forge, not in the book. Or
Right.
in the whatever I see
Yeah.
you, not the, yeah, no, you.
That
So
makes
that
sense.
was, well, or we talked, we were.
It was a book. I don't
It was a
actually
book.
know.
And Okay, I'm gonna keep on working on my thing. I don't even know Emma well enough to question why she would have a book and throw it into a fucking forge.
Thank you for releasing whatever was in that book upon us all. Thank you so much.
Mariah
Is it
likes
a
to play the
prison?
most erratic fucking characters.
Or did I just destroy something? I have no idea. My assumption right now is I destroyed something bad. Emma's about to have a big oops later on in the future. Good luck, future Emma.
There's a moment pause when Cephas suddenly shows up, and then the screaming stops, and he's looking at the forge. Then he looks over at you, Emma.
Hi.
Then he looks back at the forge. Then he looks over at you, Emma, and he goes, "What was that?"
No idea. It felt bad, so I destroyed it.
You see several arcane runes of unknown origin suddenly circle around his hand, and then jump around the forge, and then back around his hand. And he looks at them, and then they disappear, and he goes, "Whatever that was, it's a good thing it's gone." And then he disappears.
See? I did a good thing. I destroyed something bad.
Ching, ching.
I wonder if they've got any arrows here. I'm gonna go looking for some bolts.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You actually can pretty easily tell where there would be an armory in this forge warehouse, Emma, and you can see there are several spots. However, there doesn't seem to be anything like a crossbow or a bow anywhere in this forge, and as a result, you can't find arrows or bolts either.
Alright, this place sucks.
You do, however, see things similar to what Deshane uses.
Ugh. And I head back to where Smasher is to watch for like 10 minutes, and then I head back to the other place in search of arrows, grappling hooks, explosive arrows, all those kind of lovely things. I need to
Rogue's got a
resupply.
rogue.
Rogue's got a rogue.
All right. You're going back
Yep.
to the orcs.
Yep.
The orcs' place to find some.
Looking for goodies.
Looking for some goodies. All right. It's going to take you probably an hour or two to get that vorpal sword into your axe smasher. And Emma, you will find a nice supply of bolts that the orcs have been making, as well as arrows and crossbows and whatnot. Deshane, the rest of the day ends up going through with you helping them move bodies onto piles. Mixie Nix, after about 20 minutes of waiting, the matriarch comes running into the sanctuary. You did not hear any call of the fungal expanses that Zem was using as warnings. However, right before the matriarch arrived, Zem did turn to face where she comes from.
Bless you, Mexi.
Thank you.
That looked painful.
It did not help the migraine that is forming.
Yeah, she arrives and she goes, "Ah, you must be Zem." To which Zem nods, slowly and tiredly. And then she looks around the sanctuary and she goes, "Beautiful plants. Very beautiful."
Apparently, where I met Zem has collapsed as well.
Zem and the matriarch briefly converse about what it was like, essentially, thus confirming once more, which you already knew, that it was the exact same kind of thing. Which makes Enix, you then recall that the first one had blamed the collapse of Barovia on that infernal that was running around. However, in Blootspur, when the infernal arrived, it was attacked by that angelic creature. And last you had known, it was probably dead. So it doesn't seem too likely that it was the infernal that caused the collapse.
Yeah, so we don't know what's doing this. Yep.
No, we're at a loss for that one. We should expect any of the realms we find ourselves in will do that.
I'm a little concerned that it's the realms that we've been in. I'm a little concerned that the next place to collapse will be here.
Zem's eye kind of twinkles for a moment, and then she turns to you and says, "Given enough time and effort on my part, but if I have time, it won't be too much effort. I can set up wards to help defend against that happening, or counter it should it happens, hopefully, instead of collapsing this realm, shoving it into another realm instead. That would definitely save lives, if lives are being lost in the process, which is very likely."
Yeah, if not, people are just getting lost in general.
Zem seems to float lower and dip down into her pool again, and you can see her eyes starting to glaze over as it slowly starts to close. I must rest.
Any chances of any more undead attacks on my work?
The matriarch looks over at you and says, "From what the people of this land say, no. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds probably in the mists at this point, seeing as it's been about 2 hours after the attack. But other than that, no. We shouldn't see another zombie attack like that until next new moon."
Okay, I just don't want her resting and being in trouble.
Or disturbed. I am, or have, several orc parties currently roaming the lands, finding out where the Talons roam and what they do. And I can tell you, they're more concerned about the borders where the mists are, specifically around the time when the attacks happen. Their patrols in that area picked up for some odd reason. And not to counter the undead coming in. No, it seemed they were there to stop anything from leaving. Other than that, in Lakar, they just forced people to help defend the walls and defend it against the zombie hordes. I don't think they'll be coming this direction, so we shouldn't have to worry about them either.
Okay.
She looks down at Zem, who has at this point completely passed out.
Yep. She needs her sleep.
Or the equivalent of what beholders do in case they don't sleep in general.
They just rest their eyes.
I'm just resting my eyes, okay?
No, it's a spell. It's called
All
Restore
14
Eyes.
of them. Rasterize. Is it like moisturize?
Rasterize me. Rasterize me.
They have a variant on catnap.
Yeah.
They got to stay ahead of the
Mixie,
game. You know, it's the best way to
there
do it.
is a buzzing by your ear when one of the pixies lands on your shoulder. Boop. Boops your finger back.
Glad you made it.
That was heavy there for a moment.
Yeah, that's how I ended up finding you guys. I went through the exact same thing.
Well, now I know what it feels like.
Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
It's probably going to happen again.
You see two of the other fairies walk up. They're not flying. They look tired. They walk. And then they just collapse next to the water and go, and pass out. I'm gonna go sleep too. Zzz.
Okay, bye.
The matriarch kind of looks at that. Looks at you and goes, "Did your wings used to look like that?"
Kinda. They definitely didn't look like these. This is Pip. All Pip's doing.
So though, Pip is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Shall we go
Yeah.
back?
Yeah.
That run was good. I think I'm going to do it again. She
I just
enters.
like fly up and like sit on her shoulders. Okay. I need to tell you, Lady DeLuna, aka my mom, aka one of 3 creators of the Fey realm, the Feywilds.
She starts running like really fast, faster than you would expect, and nods to each of those. Well, now we know
Yeah.
to look out for a godling. Or did I hear that you were going to be, or rather, you have her bones?
Have her bones, and her bones are very insistent on finding her soul. Apparently, I am my own god for my cleric-y powers, and I'm the embodiment of the Feywilds? What the fuck is up with that? Have you heard of anything like this before?
Oh no, no, I've not. I don't have too much knowledge of the Feywild before you.
And I don't know diddly squat about the Feywild, so...
Diddly squat.
Do you know anybody who might know? What the fuck is up with that?
Oh, we got a raid. Hello.
We got
We sure
raid!
did. What's up, Raiders? How y'all doing?
Tiny
Raid,
corgis, the best thing ever.
Dane, Dave, for awesome. You are awesome.
I love corgis.
Corgis are adorable.
As she's running, the matriarch lets you know that she doesn't currently know anyone who knows anything more about the Feywild, possibly Cephas, but he hasn't talked about the Feywild. To her, specifically, that is. However, she will now be keeping an eye out for anyone who would know more about the Feywild, or any books she might come across.
Appreciate it. Books. I'm a dum-dum. I need to talk with Cephas, and then I need to go hide in a room in a tower for a long period of time. The tower has books.
She laughs. It takes you about 20 minutes, because it takes her about 20 minutes to run back to New Orkin.
How have you been? Small talk ensues. Let's not talk about the reality of my life anymore.
Reality in general right now.
What is reality? None of us know.
The existential
Right.
crisis that is this party.
Yeah. So night starts to fall.
Facts.
When the matriarch does get back, she lets you know that there is places for you guys to sleep if you wanted to. It's nothing fancy right now. They haven't set up enough. However, you all also know you can quite easily get back to the tower.
Yeah, do I see Cephas? If I don't see Cephas, I'm not looking for him. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, you don't readily right off the bat see Cephas. He's currently not in Falcovnia, actually.
Yep.
Neither is Smasher or Emma, for that matter. Oh, no, Emma's back in Falcovnia. Neither is Smasher. Because Emma went back to look for bolts.
Yes. But I'm no longer inside.
Right, Rogue's gonna go loot. Rogue's gonna...
Rogue's gone.
Yep.
Rogue's gonna rogue.
Shane, I'm going to the tower. Gonna read some books. Hopefully.
I'm like still working, and you can tell by my body language that I'm doing this to not think about things, but I do say, all right, let me know if anything changes. Be safe.
Yep. I go back to the tower, into the room. Sylvie!
There's a brief,
Sylvie! Not actually yelling, but like whisper yelling.
there's a brief moment of silence, and then a kind of pop noise, and the door opens, and Sylvie just kind of throws it wide open, and she goes, "He's gone."
Okay, good. I need all your books on the Feywilds.
Ooh.
Every single one.
Ooh, that's a
Every
lot.
single one.
Actually, I've got a whole room full of it.
Yeah, but
You want to
will
go to
he
the
know
room?
if I'm? Will he know I'm here? He's not very fond of me right now. I literally killed myself in front of him so he could stop using me.
Wise, by the way. He did seem a little livid about things, so...
That's why.
Makes sense. But no, he won't know you're here unless he is also here, and he is not currently here, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
So come on, let's go to the room.
Let's go.
And she leads you through. You notice very quickly the layout of the tower has changed. For instance, after this room was supposed to be the hallway that seemed to go up, but you still walked forward, that's gone. It's now just a door that opens directly into the room of Bob, as she now calls it. Her version of a forge where all the mimics work and everything.
Pip, it's your siblings.
Which, by the way, Pip ends up making a pseudopod wave to all of them, and all of them seem to wave back. There's a bunch of fleshy masses just kind of shambling around, moving things, building things. What they're building seems to be more tower-related stuff, like chairs, tables, and things like that. And you notice they're actually making the chairs and tables into mimics. So basically everything is a mimic at the moment. When she approaches the door on the other end, instead of opening it, she just kind of smiles at it, and the door opens itself into the library, which the shelves are now moving themselves and stocking themselves, essentially. The carts all move on their own. You notice very quickly that every object in here, except for the books themselves, are mimics.
You've been busy.
She goes, yes. No, replacing everything with Bob. It's just great. Makes life a lot easier, let me tell you. I don't have to do much in the way of mundane stuff, because Bob does it all for me.
Very nice.
Yeah. Anyway, this room over here, she looks up at a shelf, which giggles and then shuffles to the side, and you see there's a door there, which opens, and she walks in. And inside this room, it's a little more naturey. There's a waterfall on one side of the room with a table and a chair next to it. Currently, the chair looks like it is sleeping. The table looks normal. The shelves all quickly right themselves up, and one of them pushes a book further into itself, and then everything goes still.
Be our guest.
Okay, I'm so glad I wasn't the only one who's having Beauty and the Beast vibes off of this shit. I'm so glad I'm sitting here screaming it in my head. I'm so glad somebody said that.
Alright, but where's
That is
the
what I'm
beast?
going for here. There's no
So
beast.
Sylvie's the beauty
There's a
and
beast. Sylvie's
Mixie's
the
the
beast. No.
Oh, Mixie's
I'm
the one
the
that turns
beast.
into the dog.
The
Yeah.
other way around in
You're
this
looking
case.
at him, baby.
I am the monster
Rawr.
here.
No, Sylvie would be more the beast in this case, but
I can be a beast.
not quite the same
Hey.
kind of curse.
I am a beast.
But yeah, she gestures around. Yeah, these are literally all my books on the Feywild. Some of them are fiction, trust me on that.
I need the not fiction ones.
And all the shelves just rearrange themselves, and she goes, all right, starting from that one all the way to the end, nonfiction, fiction.
Okay. I might never leave.
I'll get you when someone comes looking for you.
Opens up my bag of holding, pulls out an orange from one of Zim's trees. Let's
Never
go.
saw her again.
Okay, what kind of roll do you want me to do?
Roll a d20 for me.
I have not. My warm-up rolls? No kidding, because I always do the warm-up. 3 nat ones.
Oh my.
At least you got him out of the way.
So I did another set. 2 nat ones.
Oh my
So I did another set. 3 again. My dice aren't happy today.
Your dice are
Gonna be bad.
Maybe they're telling you should go home. Even though you're
Go
already
home,
home.
Mixie, you're not drunk.
That's better. That's a 16.
all right. You find the very first book you find is almost a history book. The binding itself looks like it should be really, really old, but it doesn't feel old. The paper is brown and looks old, but when you move it, it shifts with ease like a new piece of paper would. Not like hard and old paper. And as you're reading it, it's actually talking about 3 individuals. One of them it refers to as De Luna, the Lady of the Fae. Another it refers to as Ataroth, Lord of Shadows. And the final one it talks about is when you try to read the name, no matter how many times you try to read it, it does not come out as any kind of sense. But the title it gives is Lord of Beasts.
So we have the Lord of
Beast
Shadows,
is a killer 80s metal band name.
the Lord of Beasts,
And the
Hair
Lady of
metal.
the
Hello,
Fae.
Brooklyn! We are Lord of Beast!
In the book,
Yeah!
and the book, as you're reading it, is essentially going over the history of when these three individuals essentially created the Feywild. It's a little vague as to whether or not this was the first time the Feywild was created, or whether or not this was a time the Feywild was created.
Bookshelves. Do you know anything about things being the embodiment of things? Hoping this works.
The bookshelves in this room all kind of look at each other. You see them actually like move as if they're looking at each other, and then one of them goes, "Nope," in shaking his head in a nope way.
Sticks my head out of the room. Bookshelves. Do you know anything about the embodiments of anything?
Very quickly, Pip suddenly turns into a shield as hundreds of books just get flung in your general direction.
Thank you.
Are we
Yeah.
doing a break?
Yeah.
Soon here?
Yeah,
we're gonna.
break time.
I went a
could tell
little
by
bit
Marissa's
longer. I apologize.
This is
Mixie's
but-
picking up books.
This is where we're gonna take our break. I gotta get some more water anyway. I'm out.
yes.
As my.
For those of
I
you
need tea.
who are just joining us, stick around. We have commercials for all of our other shows
Yep.
during our break, and we'll be right back.
We will be
Yeah.
right back
We're all
for
in there.
more
10 minutes,
of
we'll
Into
see
the
you
Nightmare.
soon.
So
Love
enjoy
you
those
guys.
little
See you soon.
pre-roll things. It's got the dates and the
Mm-hmm.
times, and well, not the dates, the days and the times and everything.
Absolutely.
We'll be back in 10.
We'll be back in 10. Love you.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists, forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her. Oh my god. And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Football burger. Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Night Bane, where we see who dies this week.
Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like
This is dental hour.
Hell yeah.
Laugh love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
Where he's like,
Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said
this down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off. Unplug your. Nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing? No, straight
that
forward.
way.
Straight forward. Now left. Now left.
Go to the left.
Yeah. Now
Right
straight forward. Right in that nook.
Okay.
Right in that
Now
nook.
look up.
Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ! What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I
That
think that's what that is. These are germs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Such is the way. Did you get that in like? Do they have fortune cookies here?
Fortune cookie.
There are cookies,
That's a hard no.
and I have found myself fortunate to eat them on occasion.
Oh. And I'll say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Your little satyr kids. The
Still
tail.
alive in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Satyr tots.
Let's go talk to Brolog. I got some
Tater tots.
Tater tots.
Hashtag Satyr tots. I love that.
Hoogilapid. All right, well, Brolog will embrace the handhold and give him a little shoulder pat.
Okay, as we take a few steps with our arms swinging back and forth, I'm gonna say out loud, Prologue, that's not what I meant.
Have you found my cheese? It slipped off my crackers.
Oh.
I still have my crackers though, thankfully.
I would ask a Joffrey about that.
Does he not know, speaking to Aberrat, that there is no try? Do or do not.
Oh,
Jesus.
No.
Beautiful man.
If not, he will soon learn.
Closer to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot.
Bunnies destroy books.
They do.
Bunnies do
They're
destroy
book
books.
burners.
Bunnies do.
Heard it here first.
But this
Bunnies are
Herringon did too.
fascists. Yeah, Herringon are fascists. Anyway.
If that hair keeps on burning books, she gonna be gone.
She gonna be gone soon.
Anyway, you guys, if wherever you want to end up holding up for the night, you do have rooms to hold up in. Smasher, because of what happened earlier, you actually don't feel at all tired at any point, or like you need to go into shutdown mode at any point during the night. So you can go through the night and finish your Vorpal Great X. Your Vorpalizing
I mean,
your
you
Great
said
X.
it was only going to be like an hour or two working on that anyway, right?
Yeah, work on that, and then whatever else you want to do.
I mean, since I'm in my dad's factory, I'll try to sharpen it or something. You know, just try to get it prepped for when I can't come back here. So if I find anything else fun or nice, it's kind of set up. Since I have the night to myself, I'm just gonna Okay, so here's the thing. I'm left alone.
You don't need to sharpen a Vorpal sword.
Right. What I mean. So mechanically speaking, eventually I would like to add dice onto this thing, but physically, within the world, like my deal is kind of, for the first time, I've been left basically in my dad's shed with all of his tools. alone. So I'm just going to sit here and just spend the next 8 hours just like fidgeting with this thing and seeing what I can't like tweak.
He's channeling his inner Callus.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
On his axe.
I know what I'd like to. Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to add the what do they call is the lantern onto it as well. I want to pack the lantern into it as well. I want to fire straight out the handle of the axe. You know, like gunblade style. I'd like to be able to fire straight out that bad boy. That's what I'd like to do. It's my dad's.
That was the name of the gun you got. Got it. Okay.
Yes, it was. It was the name of the gun I got. The lantern.
Lantern means another thing to me in another campaign.
I know. I'm screw you. Look, you left me alone in my dad's shed with all of his tools. I'm gonna screw with a couple of things. I finally can.
All right, for ease right now, we'll keep those two separate until I fix it up. I'll probably have that done by next week. But essentially, your great axe is now also a hand cannon. It's more like a cannon. You can shoot out the handle of it essentially, and that's
what I wanted.
It's gonna be pretty equivalent to what Lantern currently is at, though you are gonna have a +9 to hit instead of the +7, because you are going to be able to add all your same stuff that the axe has.
Oh, perfect. That's beautiful. Yeah. I can use my strength to shoot things.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I'll take that. I'm glad I have some form of ranged attack now. That's really all I wanted.
Yeah,
cool.
You also have Dark Vision 60 feet now, because why would you not have your Vorpal Great Axe equipped?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So I'll take that. So yeah, that's what I will be spending my evening on. Thank you very much. Yep. Also, thank you for the bag, even though that was disgusting and I still smell.
You're welcome.
Disgusting.
Actually,
Mixinix is reading. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what would have happened if I would have eaten the book? Because I probably can destroy. Because I could probably incinerate a lot of weird stuff in my stomach.
Yeah. No, that book probably would have destroyed you.
Yes. All right.
Deshane, did you want to end the evening with anything specific, or just go wherever you are instructed that you have a room to sleep in?
I'm gonna go get some food for sure.
Food for sure.
I'm assuming they still got that good. And
actually, roll a percentage die for me.
Oh, damn. Where'd my percentage? 92.
You get the bad news. The gourmet was one of the victims in that attack.
Okay,
Everyone fucking duck and hide. Shane's about to go on a murder spree.
I'm gonna take off my hat and I'm gonna put it against my chest.
Wait.
He's gotta change the music. Oh, and I'm gonna say.
No, that's not how you spell that.
Well, I hope he finds peace in the clearing at the end of the path. And then I'm gonna put my hat back on, and I'm gonna get some rations, and tears welling in my eyes. I'm gonna go back to my room, eat, and go to sleep.
one single tear falls down a very straight face.
The good news is, even though you can tell it's definitely not nearly as good as the gourmet's food, it is probably the second best food you've ever had.
It's not the same.
It still tastes like
heartbreaking.
And for all of you who don't see the comments that I just put, I rolled 12% on all 3 of my percentage dice.
Nice.
That's never
improbable
happened before. 12.
I mean, it's not
all
improbable because of statistics, but
it's very highly unlikely. But it happened. And yeah. So now you know. But you did still manage to get a good meal in.
It was destined to happen.
Emma.
I have his cookbook.
That's true, you do have his cookbook. Emma, after getting some bolts and the other antics you were up to, what else would you like to do before hitting the sack?
How late is it?
By the time you're done with the bolts and whatnot, it's getting pretty much to early night. You do see most everyone has hit the sack. There are lots of guards still walking around, but none of them pay you any attention whatsoever, if they notice you at all.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm gonna behave for the night and go to sleep.
Emma goes to bed like a good girl. All right, Mixinix, are you going to read through the night?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
If I get tired, I'm gonna hop over to the resty room, take a hit, go back, and get back to reading. Like, there is no tired here.
Easy.
There is no tired here.
Yeah,
Eats
then
an orange.
Through the night, essentially, you do get a lot of information. The information on beings being the embodiment of something is not concrete on anything specific. It just mentions that most beings that become gods or gods claim to be the embodiment of things.
I am so sorry. You sounded like a robot. You sounded like a better robot than Smasher does. Is that for anybody else? Did anybody else hear that?
No.
Cool. So if I drop off.
Okay. At least
I don't know.
we know.
Yeah.
Did you miss what I said then?
I missed a chunk of it. It was really hard to understand.
Essentially, beings that are gods or claim to be gods also tend to claim to have or be the embodiment of something. That
what's
much
happening here,
you definitely are able to get. Pertaining to you specifically, you don't get too much. Like, a lot of this embodiment of tends to be a deism thing. The one book you do read, it's a book of fiction, but it does talk about heroes that were all referred to be embodiments of things like heroism, joy, fear, even. All of these heroes went around and rescued a country from a great evil. But it is a work of fiction, that one.
Then I'd hop back after realizing I'm not going to get anywhere. Would hop back to Bay Wild information.
All right, perfect. You'll be doing that for the rest of the night. Morning rolls around for you other three for you other two specifically, since morning's probably not going to get noticed for you either, Smasher. Yeah, morning rolls around for you,
I have
Emma
an
and
internal
Shane.
clock.
Yeah, so you know when morning rolls around, just not visible. And yeah, people start moving around the city again.
I'm gonna wait for someone to come find me when they're ready to talk. I'm gonna go down to the range and fire off some shots. They will be able to hear me. They'll know where I am.
By the way, if you, I was looking into it real fast just to confirm, and getting 3% sets of percentage dice to roll the exact same thing all at once is a literal 1 in a million chance.
Hey!
Well, we just had a 1 in a million chance then, folks.
It is literally a 1 in a million.
I should go get a lottery ticket.
You should.
No, you just.
I should go.
No,
you're right. I just wasted it. No, I should not get a lottery ticket. I'm gonna roll ones for the rest of the night. Oh, great.
At some point,
That's not good because I need to talk to Cephas.
while Deshane is at the shooting range, he's shooting away at the target, and this crossbow bolt just flies by his head and hits the target.
Peek over my shoulder.
I'm hiding.
Oh, what did you get for yourself?
Oh.
Oh, well, that's not that good.
Dirty 20.
That's the rogue.
That's not that good. It's still probably a 25.
I have advantage. I'm sorry. I forgot. No, that's better. That's 12 plus 13, 25.
25.
Oh, wow.
Literally 25. I'm assuming I'm done this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in that case, from out of nowhere, you're going to see a cannon fire shot come straight through and just destroy the fucking one of the targets.
Target entirely.
Okay, I'm gonna look over and I assume see Smasher holding his axe like a gun.
Yeah, you see the spot where Smasher to be standing because he's a little hard to notice. But yeah, Smasher's right there.
Come here, let me see it.
I walk right on over, very, very proud of myself. Very proud of myself.
And
Look what I make, Daddy.
It's very big and heavy. I'm sure it's at least as tall as you are.
You gotta get that helium problem in check, man.
Yeah, your voice keeps switching to helium.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, you totally just switched it to helium by accident.
Look, these things happen sometimes, and honestly, I sound cuter this way. I think Smasher's new voice should be this, to be perfectly honest. This should be his rage voice, in fact. I think I might use this for Smasher's rage
to make
vest.
some modifications.
That's what he did with his extra time. Changed his vocals.
I'm gonna inspect it. What role would that be?
Probably investigation or.
I'd make it like almost like a roll in tinkering tools, like.
Or
yeah,
you could
like an
roll.
artificer roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you are proficient with Tinker's tools.
We got another raid!
Hey, Hans! You magnificent babe. Hey, everyone else who's here.
Hans.
I'm not
You
here at
guys.
the Albarian. I'm at the Salty Kraken, chilling with
It's
Hans and
Maloney
having some
hour!
fun time.
Yay!
We
So just
love
my
Hans.
proficiency then, right?
Yes.
Go check them out.
And
Hans loves D&D.
Dex or
We love you,
intelligence,
Hans.
whichever is higher.
Dex.
Your Dex.
Ooh, that's fucking retarded high then. 25.
25. Good.
16
Good.
on the die.
You can see that he has expertly crafted lantern into his axe. The famous gun that you knew of is now a part of his axe, quite literally. So you could almost call his axe lantern, and you'd be right.
Impressive. I am going to proceed because this is it like a one-handed axe or a two-handed axe?
It's a great axe.
Two-handed. It's a great axe, baby.
Okay, looking downrange, I'm gonna aim at another target, and to stabilize, all I'm gonna do is lift up and bury the axe end into the wood plank and then shoulder it up.
While he's doing that, I'm going to sneak up
take a
behind
shot.
him and take his coin purse.
I'm
Deshane's
behind
coin
Deshane. If it's Deshane, I'm watching Deshane, so
I'm
like...
small, I can do this between your legs.
Alright, what's your stealth?
Yeah.
And then a sleight of hand, of course.
Stealth is a 31.
Sorry, Deshane.
Oh, wait, no, hang on. Advantage. Yep,
No,
31.
it doesn't matter. No, well, so as far as I'm concerned, it really doesn't matter because I just nat one'd my perception on this. So sorry, Deshane. I wanted to catch this for you. I did.
It does not matter to Deshane whether or not he has money on him.
And sleight of hand was 33.
33. What was your shot, Deshane?
Oh, I didn't even...
I'll give you stats here in a second. You let me know what you
30 to hit. 16 on the die again.
30. It's going to be your strength modifier.
Instead strength modifier instead of...
It's
okay,
it's
have
strength,
to
not dex.
100%
Minus
redo the math on that.
Just take 3 off.
What did I say it was? Okay, then 27 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
The target you were pointing at, Deshane, completely obliterated. In the process of which you lose 9 gold, 2 silver, and 96 copper.
Yep.
Because that's now in Emma's inventory. Emma, you gain 9 gold, 2 silver, and 96 copper.
Why did he have so much copper?
Thief.
Because of the
Because I
gambling games
started with copper.
in copper.
Oh, yeah. The one he totally destroyed us at.
Alright. I hand the gun back to him. And I get back to doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. The 3 of you are in the range. Emma, are you going to do anything else? Little sneaky.
I haven't seen Emma, so I haven't seen Emma yet, so.
Neither of you have. I mean, Deshane knows Emma's around because he saw the crossbow bolt.
I'm gonna go find Mixie after that.
Okay.
Go steal something else.
Mixie, through the night, you don't learn too much new information, so to say. You do learn that the beast essentially is known for a lot of the wild aspects of the Feywilds, whereas your mother specifically was known for a lot of the organized aspects of the Feywilds. As far as what Atrath was a part of, there seems to be a distinct lack of information. But then at the same time, none of these books particularly go into specific details. Like, for instance, they don't talk about the Shadowfell. They don't really talk about specific areas in the Feywilds. They just talk about the Feywilds in general. And it isn't until you start getting into more of the fiction where those things start to come out. And at which point you don't hear any word of Atrath at all in the fiction. The fiction doesn't speak of him at all. It does speak of the Father of Shadows, or the Lord of Shadows, but never is Atrath's name specifically mentioned. And every time the beast's name shows up, it's incredibly difficult to read, and every time you read it, it seems to be different each time.
Does it still happen when I cast Comprehend Languages?
Yes.
I'm going to hold on to one of the books. I'm going to hold on to that original history book.
The original history book?
Yeah.
The one thing you do know is you would have to use Comprehend Languages to read a lot of the books that you were reading.
I figured.
Yeah. I didn't tell you that because I knew you had that spell anyway, so it wasn't really a matter.
Yeah. Once I hit a wall, I would probably go on a hunt for Cephas, to be honest.
Which will lead you back to Falkovnia.
Yep.
Where I need you and Emma both to roll percentage dice for me.
The hunt for Red October.
I tell you, we will find it. Oh wait,
we will find
it. I am the captain of Red October. I'm sorry, what did you get, Emma?
93.
93?
18.
18, oh my goodness. You guys go opposite ways around. You don't run into each other, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
Very
I'm hopping from roof
Hold on to my platinum.
Getting your friend's free cable. But
yes.
Cephas is actually currently in the war room, which he is wrapping up the map that was on the table and shoving it into a map case. And when he sees you, he goes, I was actually about to head to the tower, deliver some extra stuff that everyone can use to monitor things, per se.
Good. I have questions.
Shall we walk together then? He starts heading towards, well.
How big is Cephas? Like, what is his stature?
He's about 6'4" and a little bit. Skinny. Like, lean, strong.
I'm gonna just, like, float over him then.
Okay. He doesn't seem to mind at all.
I want to keep kind of eye level with him. It was either I'm going to, like, take a piggyback ride or I was going to float next to him.
So what do you need?
What do you know about the Feywilds?
Dangerous place to go. Depending on what universe you're in, it could be so dangerous that you won't return from it.
Okay. Can you read this name? Opens the book and points at it.
He looks at it and then his eyes narrow, and you see his eyes suddenly change from their normal yellow color to being a kind of sickly green color, and then the whole eye turns that sickly green color. No. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a word do that on a book before. Does it change every time you try to read it as well?
Yes.
Interesting.
It's one of the 3 creators of the Feywilds. The other 2 being Otteroth, who I met recently, and my mom.
Three is such a significant number. Why is 3 so significant? Well then, and you said Otteroth?
Yep.
I've heard that name before.
I just met him recently. He was concerned about being my dad. He is not my dad. Although he could be my dad. In a weird roundabout way, considering I just found out I'm the embodiment of the Feywilds, supposedly. What does that mean?
Yeah, he looks at you. His eyes, by the way, haven't changed color from that sickly green, just being solidly sickly green. And he looks at you, he gives you a look up and down, and he goes, it's, well, it depends on what angle you're coming from, really. His eyes now change back to their normal color. By the way...
no idea what angle.
Yeah, that's the question, really, is what angle is it coming from? But you and that mimic creature that you call Pip are basically the same entity now, just so you know.
So is Pip the embodiment of the Feywilds, and that's why it's happening? Probably not. Wishful thinking.
I think it's you.
Yeah.
Suffice it to say, being the embodiment of something doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. For instance, I have been called the embodiment of mechanical pain. But that really didn't make any sense to me at all, so... When I look at you, though, I do have to admit there is an excessively large amount of deatic power. Put it kind of
Apparently,
in a weird
my
way.
own deity too. That doesn't make sense either. But
No, I can see that. It might tie into being the embodiment of the Fae, because nothing really makes sense in most of the Feywilds that I've ever been to. Some of them follow rules. Some of them have physics. Some of them don't follow any rules at all.
What do you know about Prime?
His face goes deathly pale. Who's Prime?
You know who's Prime.
It's probably not a good idea to be invoking him right now.
Apparently I've already met him, and I'm trying to figure out when.
He looks at you again, and this time his eyes change from their yellow color to a red color, which then turns completely red on his eyes. And, well, he didn't leave anything behind when you met him, so that's good. And his eyes go back to yellow.
Don't know when I met him.
That makes sense, because a being such as the one you're referring to is...
Honestly, he can come step on the ant. Like, he really should just come step on the ant. I would not feel bad.
You and I both believe that, trust me. I've often questioned why they don't. But at the same time, I have been a god before, and there are some things that when you're a god, you look at and you don't see them in the same light that you do when you're not a god. Which is one more reason why I abandoned my deism.
Yep. It's also very possible that the first one just kind of invokes this little chunk of he who must not be invoked.
He kind of turns like not just sickly pale, but a little green as well, and goes quiet. And then when he enters into the inn, where the door that leads to the tower has now been set. You're muted, Smasher. Okay. Yeah, green coloring. Yeah, good call. Yes, Drono, yes.
I didn't mean to derail anything. I'm sorry. I was just talking. I was literally just voice controlling that. I apologize.
Nice. He walks into the tower and actually makes it into the tower this time, where Sylvie has now set up a table in the nice little room of rest.
I offer the table a chunk of orange.
It produces a mouth, which it then consumes the orange with. And Cephas kind of half-heartedly chuckles a little bit at that before placing the map on the table and straightening it out and putting things down around it. And he goes, I have run into Prime once. It was a very, very evil time in my existence when I did. I don't think I've ever felt smaller.
I always feel small. I'm trying to figure out when in my life this happened, so I can kind of figure out what happened and why other people can tell me I've met him, but I don't.
Well, depending on who's telling you, I can't tell that you've met him. So whoever is telling you probably has a little more power than I do. Please tell me they're an ally.
Yes.
Okay,
They're
good.
the one who kind of set this all up for us.
Good. The great old one. I take it.
Yeah.
He seems to relax a little bit.
Pretty sure he told me, and I think the first one also told me. A couple people
I
have
would
told
not
me.
be surprised if the old one could tell. The first one, on the other hand, does kind of surprise me that he can tell.
I could just be remembering wrong. But I feel like multiple people have told me this.
Yes. Suffice it to say...
But time is spirit, so who knows? It could have just been the same person over and over.
Yeah. Do you remember meeting any entities or having a conversation with any entities that interrupted something?
There was that pain in the butt guy, but can confirm that wasn't him. The great old one dealt with that guy. He was an interrupting thing. Got to see an angel. That was cool.
Interesting. Does this angel have a name?
Yes.
He chuckles as he starts setting up what looks like a crystal ball. But when he sets it on its pedestal, the pedestal suddenly lights up and the crystal ball shows multiple different things now floating above the table around the map. Specifically looking like different planes of Ravenloft, actually.
Uh-oh. My notes are blurring into one. I got notes from the other campaign in here.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Gonna have to separate those.
Yeah. God damn it. This is not the time for me to be trying to read my own handwriting right now. I can only see one eye. Yes, I know the name.
Yeah, you do actually remember the name. It was Morrow.
I want to write that again.
Marrow.
Yes. The angel! I saw an angel, Mr. Bubbles.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Do you tell Cephas that name?
Yes.
When you say it, he looks at you and his eyes grow dark.
Okay. Your eyes keep doing things. They're more expressive than you are as a whole.
Yes. That is mildly on purpose. But that name... Oh no.
What?
How many different versions of that universe did the first one tap into?
What universe? That was Blue's
He puts his palm down on the table, and a bunch of runes pop out of his hand, and when he removes his palm from the table, you see a almost glass-like surface looking into an area. It's a room, specifically, with a single table and chair in it. And currently sitting at that chair is someone you actually recognize. It's Scarl, who you met right before Barovia collapsed.
I never met him.
Oh, that's right. You didn't meet him. It was the other people. It was Valisor.
Everybody else met him but me.
Yeah. You see a person sitting at a table. He's got a hood. Well, actually, he's got the hood pulled back now, and his mask is on the table. His face, half of it looks robotic. The right eye is a robot eye. It's currently looking down at the page. The left eye has looked up and is currently looking at where this little window now appeared. You can see his skull has been plated with metal right here, and there's no skin connected to it, but the skin right here is just barely connected to the metal part, and kind of taut along this ridge.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of grotesque to look at, to be honest.
It's not that bad.
You've probably seen worse.
My back looks worse, let's be honest.
Yeah, he's not taking his jacket off. Anyway, his left eye looks up at you guys, and he kind of just goes, Cephas. And Cephas goes, Scarl, you wouldn't be missing a certain god from your universe, would you? Which? Morrow.
I didn't see an angel. Cross that note out.
Think we are. He taps his arm a couple of times and then. Yes, can you communicate with your god? Yes? Okay, good. No, we're not missing Morrow from this universe. Cephas sighs heavily and goes, thank you. And then taps the window and it disappears. 3. Though, to be honest, I am the only entity from my version of that universe left, so 2 was the correct answer. But that number 3 just showed up again. Where are your companions and my son?
Off being a 3 somewhere.
3 somewhere. Giggity.
Tell me that wasn't a good one.
All right, everyone, that's gonna be a. Where's my?
This isn't a damage die. This is a horny die. Let's be honest.
It is a horny die, but sometimes you can take damage from horny die. And
if it lasts for longer than 8 hours,
7
please see
horny
a physician.
damage.
I would like to add some bardic inspiration. I am bard by trade. In my own life, I'd like to add a d12 of bardic inspiration onto that.
All right, I
damage.
will do that.
Horny damage.
That's 10. So that's in total 17 horny damage.
Good.
That's a big oof.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
As well.
To the nethers.
It did actually quite literally sneak up on us, so we may as well add a couple of levels of sneak attack on that too.
That's true. Absolutely. You double damage die. That's right. Because if we're not
Nobody expects it from me.
Nobody expects the horny
it from me.
From.
I've never partook in the chat. I just have.
Cephas kind of chuckles and then goes, would you like to go get them or shall I go get them? Because I think now would be a good time to figure out where we are going to go or what needs to happen next. And on that matter, the matriarch did mention that there was a beholder that I should contact.
Zem, she's great.
Zem. Perfect. I will go get Zem. How about this? I'll go get Zem, introduce myself to her, bring her here, give her the ability to get here with ease. You go get the other 3. Can't forget that adorable little bunny rabbit.
Honestly,
Emma, somewhere you
she's
know
an
someone just
upgrade.
called you a bunny.
You just hear an
Somebody
echo.
just called me a bunny.
Did someone just call me a bunny? Dick.
I called you an upgrade.
Bunny.
All right. He turns and walks back into Falkovnia.
I follow, walk out, go straight up into the sky, and look around. I'm not gonna take this time. I'm not gonna waste my time walking.
At advantage as well, because you're flying. He is going to quite literally kind of get scarier looking and very swiftly jump from roof to roof until he's out of the city heading north towards where you know Zen to be.
23.
23. Yeah, you can see sort of see Smasher's vague area and Deshane down in the shooting range currently shooting. Smasher is shooting his axe.
I would like to go watch this, and I'm gonna rage.
All right. Let's do this. Okay, no, I'm not.
Alright, check this out.
I'm gonna go ahead and reckless attack one of the dummies, but like right at the I'm assuming there's some practice dummies with heads. I'm gonna just recklessly attack it. I didn't get a natural 20. Damn it. I'm gonna hack away until I get one.
Also, don't forget you just raged, so roll a d8.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I always forget that I do that. Ooh, let's see what
I'm
that
gonna
is.
cast message at Deshane once I locate him and go, I need everybody back at the tower, please. Everybody back at the tower.
I have a bonus.
Okay.
So right now I'm surrounded by a multicolored light. I gain plus 1 bonus AC, and while within 10 feet of me, my allies have a plus 1 bonus to their AC. So all 3 of us at shooting range right now.
Why can't you do that more often?
Look,
if I had a choice, maybe I should ask my dad for a choice.
Here's your shot.
I think it's a bit too late for that. You're a couple of hundred years old at this point.
Meanwhile, I'm just hacking away at this thing, waiting for a nat 20 to come along so I can just behead it, and it looks like mincemeat. I'm just blowing these things up until I can fucking nat 20. Oh, man.
Deshane got that message. Emma, you've been looking for Mixie Mix.
Oh,
Your
at this
passive
point,
perception.
At this point, I'm on the roof of like a tiled roof, just enjoying the warmth of the tiles, going.
Yeah, and your passive perception as you're doing that, you see her suddenly, like almost right next to you, lift out of the alleyway. Of course,
Hey,
you're enjoying the
Mixie.
sun.
How you doing?
I need you at the tower! Go to the tower!
Okay. I'll jump up and start running to the tower. Jumping from roof to roof.
Getting your friend's free cable. Did you roll a 20 at all?
Me?
Yeah.
I rolled probably like 30 times to get a nat 20. I finally got one. But like
Nice.
I rolled like 20 times to get it.
So-
That's what I said when I said I was hacking away. I'm sitting here just rolling, and with advantage, mind you, advantage, just rolling away, and it took me about 15-20 rolls to get it at 20. But eventually I did it.
Yeah, Deshane, basically what you see is Smasher goes, watch this, starts shimmering multiple colors, and then just wailing and hacking at every single one of the dummies left until all of them are crushed, and the very last one, whoosh, the head is completely gone. It just disappears completely, and then the body just kind of falls to pieces.
You should do that to our enemies, not dummies.
It's new.
Sorry, I just came out of. I came
It
out
was the
of
healing
rage. That
voice.
happens sometimes. I know.
Halfway to the
Mixie
wrong
needs us at the
response.
tower. Get the door.
Alright.
He sets up the door, I open that shit's up, and we walk in.
Yeah. Well, let's go.
I'm gonna see if I can find a quick bottle of whiskey before getting to the tower.
Oh, well, I mean, you can shoot by the place where you know breakfast was served.
I want to do it without noticing, though.
I mean, yeah, actually.
Because I don't ask. I just...
Stealth and sleight of hand.
Oh, well. It's a 22 for stealth. And 25 for sleight of hand.
Nice. You find a bottle of whiskey. There was not anyone around to be able to stop you, and you can snag it.
Sweet.
Yeah. And so you two, you muted.
Oh, I was just mumbling Klepto Bunny to myself.
Like Klepto Bunny, yeah. You two walk into the tower. Cephas is currently standing in front of the table, and right next to him, floating. The room is, by the way, big enough to fit her with ease. Is Zem. I don't think you ever met Zem, Smasher.
Smasher and Emma have never met them.
Yeah. So, Smasher, what you see is this massive ball of flesh with one massive eye and a big maw and multiple tentacles that all end in eyes floating next to your father.
I come through. Zem, can I hug you now?
Oh, yes, yes. Her eye stalks all circle around you and pull you in
My
for a
wings.
close
I
hug.
use my wings to hug her because they have a better chance of getting around her at this point.
Blink, 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 blink. Emma, you then walk through the other door, which would have been the same door that Mixinix would go through.
There is an immediate.
Several eyes look over down at you.
Hold her.
Cephas starts chuckling.
Yeah, she's holding me. Zem is great.
Yeah,
I'll save you, Mixie.
It's holding her.
Starting to fumble with
Behold.
I've gotten the crossbow and I'm starting to aim it.
I spread my wings.
I'm gonna take my head and slowly put it down on the rabbit, or on the rabbit's head. Just slowly kind of put, or on that rabbit's hands, just slowly pushing the crossbow down. Just. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Shh, calm. It's all right.
Okay.
It's okay. It's fine.
Zem,
I've never
this
met a
is
cool person.
Smasher, which you might recognize from my doodles.
I see.
And
You found him.
He found us.
Good.
Crashed through hell. It was interesting. And this is Emma.
I'm ready.
She's cute and adorable. I don't know anything else beyond that.
Poking little bits. You don't have legs. How are you floating?
I'm just gonna
pure willpower.
Tip my hat at Zem as I strike my match with my thumb and light my cigarette.
I figured the answer was magic, to be perfectly honest, but...
Well, sort of. I mean, we're very strong with magic, but beholders float through more a strong sense of purpose than magic.
Are you trying to tell me, then, if I have a strong enough sense of purpose, then I can float? Because if you're telling me this, I think I know what I'll be working on for the rest of my life.
How do you think I became a werewolf?
Look. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's right. I mean, when she's right, right?
Right.
You really need to get
I
your
would
voice
love to
box
see
checked
you
out
smash her
because
as a
something is
werewolf.
going on.
It's at this point that Cephas gives you a look, Smasher, and goes, "You're doing that on purpose, aren't you?"
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna look at Cephas. I'm gonna look at Cephas and I'm gonna ask, is there any way you can turn down his sarcasm to like 40%? I think it's sitting at about 80 right now.
He's talking in third person right now.
I'd like to see you try to, Shane.
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, I know how you're built.
Ooh, rebuttal.
Don't talk to your dads that way, Smasher.
Admittedly, we don't need the side episode of My Two Dads. I don't know that would be great.
All dads.
Oops, all dads. And I'm gonna start calling Mixie Dad now too. I'm just gonna have 3 dads, so my 3 dads. I don't have a mom. I just have 3 dads. It's cool with that.
Oops, all dads.
Two of them
two
are
men
kind
and a
of
baby.
gods, and one guy is just like the dad. I'm waiting for him to go out and grab a pack of cigarettes and never come back. It's fine.
That was Valor.
Yeah, I'm the dad. I'm the dad that'll go get a pack of smokes and not return.
That's what I
got sidetracked by the tower boy. I'm sorry.
Anyhow,
the tower got me. Cephas just chuckles through the whole process. The matriarch ends up walking through the door shortly after, followed by Monk and Muzz. Monk nods to you, Mixie Nix, and then approvingly nods to your wings that you still currently have.
I like zoom over and like hug her.
She gives you a big hug.
And then I go over to Monk and I do our monk bow thing. Where's the where is he? They start. I haven't seen him once. Did everybody make it out okay?
Yes. Hold on one second. I gotta remember his name because I always forget his
Lorne?
name for some reason. Lorne, yes. Yes.
I remembered
yes.
it! I never remember it. I totally was like, where is he? Because I couldn't remember it. It worked!
It's actually the matriarch who responds, yes, Lorne is currently watching Lakar.
And
what's wrong with Lakar?
That is where the Talon have set up.
How
I
is...
thought you were... Never mind.
How's Guardian?
Guardian, I have not seen my mate since we arrived here. She actually sounds a little sad from that.
Hey Sam, you think we could do some of that locate magic together? He's a dragon, so it can't be hard.
Yeah, Zem looks around the room, then looks down at the crystal ball that is glowing right now and showing multiple kind of planes of existence that you can tell. And then says, yes, I think we can.
I got you, Mama Orc.
Wait, hang. You're an orc. You said mate. But they're a dragon. How does that work?
Both Muzz and Monk look directly at you, Emma, and say, in unison, which sounds very odd, you're the first person to ask that.
Yeah, because I mean, you all came out orky.
When a mama orc loves a daddy dragon.
Well, I'm not talking about the concept of the process behind doing that. I'm more talking about...
magic. Polymorph is amazing.
At which point, the matriarch starts laughing, pats you on the head very softly, Emma, and says, don't think too hard on it, little one. He looked like an orc when we mated.
Somebody needs to get this rabbit the 5e guide to sex. What is it called? There's actually a 5e guide to mating that's the next best thing to official content. Somebody just needs to get the crossbreed book for this rabbit so she can do a little bit of study, I think.
The D&D Kama Sutra.
Yeah, there is one. 1,000%. There's actually one. There's one in this house right now. It's that's a whole long story. I'm just saying.
Oh, bring it out. Go get it. We got time. Let's take a quick.
I don't know if that's stream safe.
Definitely not TOS. Don't you dare.
I just want to see the cover.
I mean,
the cover might not even be TOS. Yeah.
Actually, the cover is fine. Emma, with polymorph, all things are possible.
I don't do the magic-y stuff. Although, I am kind of a little curious now to do that a little bit more. It's pretty handy, you know, when you can use the magic.
Magic stuff, right?
Ew!
The matriarch goes and takes a seat. Zem, by the
We're
way,
calling it now the magic.
The magic.
Has
Are you doing
moved the
magic?
crystal ball to the center of the table, and is now casting spells into it. Essentially, she one of her eyes looks over at you, Mixie, and says, "Who are we looking for first?"
Guardian.
Right. One of the eyes looks over at the matriarch, and the matriarch produces a fang and holds it out for her. Which you see magic flow around the fang briefly, and then
That's
magic.
a genius idea. I want some form of way of tracking for each of you. Now, Smasher. Shane, can I have a bullet?
I give you one.
What's the fang look like?
It looks like a dragon's fang.
Okay.
Do you have an
Or
extra
in Emma's
bolt?
case, a giant flying, fire-breathing, scaled one.
Or screw? Preferably not a nut.
Just because you said that, I'm gonna reach into my front compartment. That's going to be roughly below where my stomach would be. I'm gonna open that compartment up, and I'm gonna.
Do you
reach
really
in.
want your mother be able to say she's fondled your nuts? Think about this, Smasher.
Do it. Please, that's
I
going to be a
will pull
hilarious
out
sentence, and I really want to use it in
two-
the future.
I will pull out 2 items and hand them over to Mixie.
In a loose, wrinkly bag that he pulls out of
I will
nowhere,
put them
he
in
reaches in
a
and
little piece of
he grabs
cloth
2.
that's been on the floor. So it's a little dirty. And I'm gonna hand that to him.
I just turned to Cephas. I turned to Cephas.
You notice that bag before.
Why does your son think it's all right for his mother to fondle his nuts? What have you been programming in him?
Emma is on the ground
Cephas-
crying and laughing.
Cephas is rubbing his forehead and laughing. There is actual amusement in his eyes, and he just looks over at you, Mixie Nix, and he goes, "When I was young, this is exactly how I acted."
You got a brass
You were
arrow
okay
in
with
there.
your mother fondling your nuts?
In truth, my mother passed away long before I acted like that.
That means he let his mother figure fondle his nuts. That's even worse.
Brings a whole new meaning to Balls of Steel.
So glad my mom's not here tonight.
I hope I'll be watching this.
This is where the
She'll catch it on YouTube.
DNC
17 rating is gonna start dropping in. We're gonna get
Parental
some
advisory.
Definitely. We always have content.
I am now double
Get a lot
checking.
of-
Yep, nope, mom's still not in the chat.
a lot of no MILF fan art or whatever. It'll be fine.
Gilf.
Speaking of, I did draw an updated portrait of Mixie.
You did. It's on the Discord. It's lovely.
Check out, go to the Discord at www.discord.com/discord, Discord/Discord.
Oh, thank
Or
you,
go
Zelda.
there.
Thank you so much.
Or go there.
She was heartbroken that she missed Porn Hour. That's what she called it, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
She shows up in my stream going, "Did I miss Porn Hour?"
Yeah, you did.
Well,
It's unfortunate but true.
What are we doing? Where are we going?
I am now focusing on the MO. I need something to track you with.
Did you just say that to Emma?
Uh-huh. If you ever go missing or get taken by something, I want to be able to find you. Or if the reality collapses and you end up in another dimension, I need to be able to find you. I won't use it unless we get separated.
It would
And I can't
probably be
cast
better if you just gave me something to be able to find you.
Do you have magic?
Yes.
Except for you just said you didn't, so...
I have ways.
24 insight.
Can I have a hair?
Oh, yeah, she doesn't have magic. Her cape's magical, that's it. And Betsy. Betsy's magical, but she's not.
Can I have a hair?
I don't like giving
hair.
people things to track me. Last time that happened, I
found
almost
him.
died.
Zem looks up suddenly, looking specifically at the matriarch. Guardian is currently in a land called Harakir. Vast deserts, a waste, not much water. There's a couple of oases I see. But here, one of her stalks moves over the crystal ball and it focuses in on a plane of Ravenloft where you see just deserts everywhere. And then it zooms and you actually see a dragon flying over a temple, throwing fireballs down at the temple. Standing on the temple, you see what looks like a mummified pharaoh throwing fireballs right back at him. The two of them are currently in a massive wizard duel.
I'm not gonna.
Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt!
Lightning bolt.
Yeah. The matriarch looks at that and then looks up at Zem. This is in Ravenloft? And Zem goes, mm-hmm. This is a part of Ravenloft. Harakir.
Hercure.
What else should we look for?
Pip, whatever remnants you have of Rue, please present them to Zem.
A kind of tail-like appendage comes out, and you see it's tipped with a little bit of red. And Zem goes, "Ah, yes, the Oblex," and gets back to casting spells again. Meanwhile, the matriarch is conversing with Monk and Muzz. And then you see Muzz actually leave.
Does she have a way of getting there?
Cephas is the one who responds. He goes, yes, she should have multiple doors she could use and keys. Harakir is somewhere I've actually been. I ran around a couple of places, so I knew the location and have written them down.
I'm gonna hate going over my notes. This is the worst note taking I've ever done. I literally have the number 3, and next to it goes, what the fuck is up with that?
What the fuck is up with that?
Those sound like...
When was that written is the question, because the number 3 has come up so many times during this campaign.
But that's the point. Like, 3 is like, what the fuck is up with 3?
Mm-hmm. Even Cephas is saying that at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like that Jim Carrey movie. 42 or whatever, where it just kept on coming up. Conspiracy theory. No. Am I just the only... What was that?
23.
That one. That number. I don't know. It was one of those two. 42. It's the answer to everything, so I just assumed.
It is, but it's not the best number out there. That's 73.
You're breaking
out.
Bugger.
Bugger is right.
The best number out there is 73.
Did you know that the 42 being the everything is actually a computer joke? It's like a really deep computer joke. Yeah.
It's a very deep cut. Those of you who don't know that joke, you should look it up. It's actually quite amusing.
Y42 is actually like accurate.
Yeah. Whatever you want it to be.
Sorry, there's some history being spoken, so say something about Syrinscape.
Syrinscape, folks. Every time we do D&D or any other tabletop RPG here at the Alberan, we use Syrinscape for all of the background fighting noises, music, all that good stuff. Vibes, really, in general, is what it's good for. So yeah, we definitely recommend it.
You turn it on for music when you're trying to, Netflix and chill. Whatever works for you.
Exactly. Have a medieval battle going on in the background. While you make the beast with two backs, as it were.
That's what really gets me going.
Got some nice Doom Eternal-esque.
Oh yes, exactly. God. Some of our actually, Mick Gordon. No.
He's so good.
The only thing they fear is you. Yeah, that's the best song to clap cheeks to.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Like a man.
Yay!
So yeah, Zem continues to be casting her spell at the moment. Cephas is watching her very closely. You can tell what he's doing is specifically watching the kind of magic she's using. The matriarch seems to be waiting.
And we're waiting as well. Nix is figuring some shit out, so...
I'm trying.
Whoa.
Hi. Everything in my life is a mystery right now, and I'm sick of it.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
I do prefer the mystery over the nightmare it was before. So, there's that.
That's fair.
The matriarch leans forward and, So, where are you from, Emma?
Whiskey?
She takes it, takes a drink of it, and then hands it back to you.
Thanks. Oh, here and there.
I'm gonna lean over to Smasher. Do you want to play a game of cards while we wait? Hoping that you'll bring up the dragon chest. But you got.
So actually, that's what I was gonna say was. Actually, do you know how to play dragon chess?
I know how to play chess.
Basically the same. Come here. So I'm gonna set up. Basically, you kind of sit up so that how I normally used to sit next to Callus, so that I'm in a position where my knees are basically the board, the table, and just position it that way and start setting up my dragon chest right in front of them and start playing. I am proficient in my dragon chess checks, so.
Okay. Anyway, continue, and we will make rolls whenever you want us to.
All right. So they're gonna start playing a game of dragon chess while she's casting. Here and there. That is a very descriptive location.
Wow. It's a little complicated.
I guess technically you could say We are all from here and there at this point.
Yeah, that's why I say it. We're all from the same place in the end. It's like we all go to the same place in the end.
What?
Cephas's
Smoking.
Cephas's eyes kind of glance over at you, Emma, and he kind of just softly says, "Doesn't quite work out like that in the end, but
Right. Like what
believe it.
What is she
Believe
on?
it hard.
What is she on? What is she on, and where can I get some?
I believe it's called whiskey. At least that's what it smelled like."
Whiskey doesn't do that for me.
You know, you're talking about the crazy thought process of how things work. No, that would be someone who's on, well, I mean, for lack of a better term, cult. I was raised in a cult.
The matriarch leans forward and goes, "A cult?"
Yeah, a bunch of crazy old bastards who thought that they could tell any of us to do anything.
Well, I think you are better off for not being there, even though where you currently are is a nightmare.
Yeah, well, it's a nightmare there, too. I left the entire cult without a leadership, so who knows how they got out of that one. Hey, Mixie?
Cephas, by the way, when you say that, his eyes both go to you, and there's just pure joy in them. Pure joy. And so much so that, Mixie, you actually feel rejuvenated because of the amount of joy currently emanating from Cephas.
While he's laughing, he's like, "Hey, Mixie? How long were you part of the Scarlet Murmurs for?"
Who said I'm not?
Well, the fact that you're considered missing by the commander. Thought to be dead. By everyone else.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah.
What
That's
was
what
the
I
name
heard
of this
last.
cult? What was the name of this cult?
Oh, the name of my cult was my home underground. I met the Scarlet Murmurs later.
Mixie's just staring at you. You
too
might want to
happy
start
about
telling some more information.
It's pretty
real
much
quick.
all I got. I mean, I snoop. I take things. A lot of commands, orders. And when you know thieves' can, it's a little easy to decipher other people's work.
Where did you encounter them? When did you encounter them?
A few years back. I needed money, so I took a contract. It's too easy to do. Seriously, they overpay.
I hate time.
It is kind of a bitch, isn't it? No, that's not right.
Zem stops casting. Her eyes, all of them looking at the crystal, kind of in disbelief.
You didn't answer my question, though. How long you been missing? Your commander's still looking for you.
Can't find them.
Look, you're not the only one missing.
What does
They're
that
not
mean?
in Ravenloft anymore.
They got out? Or are they gone?
One or the other. In any way, they are not in Ravenloft.
Who are we looking for?
Some old friends of ours from Bloodspur, the Conclave of Oblex.
Well, in my history, if you can't find someone, they're probably dead.
A kind of sad look is given at your direction, Emma.
Whiskey?
While normally true, no thanks, but while normally true, I feel in the case of where we are, it would be best if we held off hope that they just simply got out.
Is there a door to or a window to the outside? Like, did we leave a viewing to the other towers? We had to because we saw. I'm going out. I stopped answering her questions. I stopped responding, and I'm just going out.
Yeah, if you remember correctly, the Great Old One said that would be the safest way to go out into the void and still be fine. So, yeah, you do go out. You start to float, though.
Well, I was expecting to fly. So.
Well, I mean, you could fly too. Either way. But make a perception roll.
Ooh! Yay! Not. That was an 18 on the die for 23. Yeah, 23.
So amongst the towers, as you are floating, you see one small one that looks more like just a house. It looks like a candy house, a gingerbread house specifically. You only get a glimpse of it before it gets suddenly obscured by another tower. But you also see one of the glass towers. A window is shattered. Had been shattered earlier, but it looks like it's been shattered, and there's just glass floating in the air now. The big red tower that Deshane was wary of seems to have moved a little bit further away from Sylvie's tower.
If I head towards anything, do I actually make distance?
Oh, yes. Pretty quick, too, actually. Faster than you're used to.
I want to check out the broken window.
All right. This tower is... Well, okay, I can actually describe it for the players in a pretty easy way. It's a skyscraper. Think glass skyscraper. The walls, like the whole thing is made up of glass windows. The room specifically that you are looking into with the shattered window is a conference room. So there's a big conference table. It looks like a war room to Mixie Mix. But the chairs are weird. They're made of a strange black substance, and they're on wheels. There's also what looks like leather and kind of feels like leather, but it is not leather. This you can tell for sure. Several of them have been strewn or thrown to the side. The table is actually broken in half. But other than that, you don't see anyone inside the room. There is blood, old blood on the floor, though.
Nope. Go to the entrance. Anybody there? No? Okay.
Nope.
No response?
No response.
Cool. I want to look for a tower that feels familiar.
Roll an investigation for me.
Not my hot spot. But that's an 18, so 20.
Dirty 20. Nice. You see a tower that kind of resembles Elvish architecture at first, But the closer you get to it, the more eloquent and swirly it becomes, and the more you start thinking of where you come from specifically, the Feywild. When you do finally get to this tower, you can see the top of it is open to the air and has stairs that lead down. There is a table which is actually part of the tower itself. The tower is made out of marble, you think. There are a couple of chairs around the table. They do look well maintained, also made out of marble, you think. Other than that, you see vines growing on this tower, but no signs of life.
I go inside, if I can.
It feels more comfortable than you were expecting. But you don't see any rugs or any pictures or anything. It's a spiral staircase that leads down. It's a little steep, a little tall for your legs at first, but that's not too much of a problem for you because you can easily fly anyway. Yeah, it just seems really empty. That's the only sad part about it, is it just seems really empty.
I want to find a spot that isn't a staircase.
All right. The stairs do eventually lead to a hallway which has several rooms branching off of it. This hallway does have a rug in it. It's just a single rug. It was probably red at one time, but it's now brown. Age does that to color. The doors are a strong, dark wood material, which feels or seems old, but very well made. And as a result, barely any wear or tear has been put on the doors. None of them are locked.
I knock on each one twice, count to 5. No response, open the door. Look inside, repeat.
The first door, when you open it, because there is no response, it is a bedroom. It looks like a king-size bed, just right in the middle of the room. There's no desk, tables, or cabinet, though, nor any wardrobe for that matter. Nor is there anything that adorns the walls. And the bed is devoid of all sheets.
I will go to the next one.
All right, the next one. You knock, and there is no response. Inside this room, it looks like more of a study. There is a table set in the very center of the room with a chair. The table and the chair both look like they are made of marble, like the rest of the room and the tower in general is. Again, nothing adorning the walls, no carpets in this room, and nothing really to note on the desk, or rather table.
How many doors are there?
There's a total of 4. This
Cool.
is the third door. This one you do get a response. It's a cough.
Hello?
2 coughs.
Hello in Sylvan?
3 coughs.
The door slowly opens. Standing on the other side of the door, you see what looks like an elf lady. Old, very, very old. She looks down at you and kind of just cocks her head to the side, kind of looking confused as to why there is something currently at her door. But she doesn't say anything.
I am Mixie Nix, Dazzle Whizzle, Shimmer Pop, first of her name. Daughter to the Lady DeLuna.
Her eyes get very big. But she
I just
doesn't
stare at
seem to
her.
react.
I put my hand out for a shake.
Instead of shaking your hand, she gently takes it and clasps it in both her old hands, which you can feel the bones of her hands underneath the very thin skin. And she just kind of clutches your hand.
I do a cure wounds.
Doesn't seem to have any effect on her. Before she gently pulls you into the room.
I allow it.
We'll allow it.
Right, you get pulled into the room. Inside, it looks sort of similar to a kitchen, but not exactly a kitchen. There's no sink, for instance. It's just an icebox with what looks like a countertop that she's been preparing some kind of food on. It looks to be vegetables, though you're not really sure where she's getting these vegetables from. She brings you over to a table and gestures for you to sit down.
I sit down and start pulling out oranges. Because I had baskets upon baskets put into my bag of holding of oranges.
Valisor. He was good for something. He's still enjoying fruits of his labor.
Okay, that's going to be
You wouldn't want to
another-
get scurvy.
That's
We're
an
not allowed to
8.
have scurvy.
That's an 8 psychic damage.
She's going to make food for you, Mixie Nix. We're going to go to the others while that is happening.
During this period of time, and I sent Ethan a link to it. I've been explaining Dragon Chess and how it's a 3-level game. On three chessboards stacked 3 8x12 chessboards. Started explaining the pieces and how they move across and the representation of the different levels.
The second he gets done with the explanation, I'm going to look him directly in the eyes and I'm going to say, so it's nothing like chess.
I mean, it's...
Got a checkered board.
There's a checkered board, and there are pieces that have names and have move patterns. That's like...
So there's a checkered
chess.
board and there's a king piece. But other than that, I have to relearn an entire new game.
I mean... Yeah...
You had to teach him card games.
Okay, we're gonna quick roll the first game. How do you want that to be?
It's like rolling on your tools. Are you proficient in Dragon Chess?
No, I'm proficient.
No. Yeah, you're just rolling a d20. Smasher is adding his proficiency.
21?
18.
Oh. He does very well for his first game, Smasher. You still beat him, but he does do very well.
See, I told you, it's just like chess. I mean, it's a little different, but it's basically the same thing. Like, you just have to... It's patterns. It's all... It's just patterns. I mean...
And you're not a giant robot.
At which point you both notice... You both notice that Mixinix has left, and Emma is nowhere to be seen. The matriarch is...
now?
Well, no, currently Cephas, the matriarch, and Zem have been talking over the globe about how they can get Guardian to their realm.
Deshane? I assume the rabbit's probably still in the room somewhere, hiding. But do you know? Do you know where Mixie went?
Is the beholder gone?
No, the beholder's currently around the crystal ball talking with the other two.
Well, if she's in danger, she'll let us know. She's got magic that way. Reload it. I say,
that's
pointing
true.
at the board.
Yeah, I'll that's true. I'll start resetting the board back up. Just remember, like, so the heavens, the ground, underworld, right? So, like, if you just think about it as, like, the actual representation.
I moved my first piece.
That's a bold move, I guess. While you two are playing your second game, Emma.
I love you so much.
Mixinix walks into that door, and it closes behind her. You're muted.
What do I see inside the room before the door closes?
It looks a little bit like a kitchen. You can see that there was a countertop where some foods were being prepared, an icebox, but there was no sink.
Is there a window?
No window.
No window. Alright, that's problematic. Yeah, I'm just going to stand by the door and see what I hear. Hear what I hear.
Okay. Do you want to roll perception?
I'm gonna, sadly, I was planning this before I even knew I was being followed, because I can't get this lady to talk to me. I was gonna start casting message, because then it's not a verbal response, and see if she's more comfortable with that.
There's a 28 in perception.
I had that thought before I knew I was followed.
Yeah, it's a good thought. What are you saying in your first message, Mixinix?
Does this suit you better?
You don't get a response, but she does look over at you and nods. And then she puts in front of you, and you do hear this, Emma. You hear the sound of a bowl that you think might be filled with something being put down in front of, or on a table, and then another one. And then a chair gets scraped back, and something light sits down in said chair and then scoots it forward. And then you hear the clinking of cutlery on dishes.
Okay. I will find a nice dark corner and just chill.
Alright. In the hallway?
In the hallway. Get comfortable in the hallway. Make sure that, from what the sounds convey, their dinner is undisturbed.
Undisturbed. Perfect. Okay then. You do notice when you find that corner, the fourth door is cracked open.
Just gonna make sure I keep an eye on it.
Okay, perfect.
And
We are going to end up. Perfect. I don't need to re-roll a stealth check for that one.
Hopefully not.
Unless you want to. If you want to, you can.
No, yeah, I did pretty good on that roll. I'm pretty happy with it.
And technically nothing noticed you. So you can keep that roll.
Cool. I'll just write down 31.
Yes, and we are going to be calling it here in a moment. The second game for you guys, 17 on you. What did you get, Smasher? Didn't hear that.
You're still muted.
Muted.
So I rolled a 9. With, if I just add my proficiency plus 4, that is only a 13.
He actually beats you this time, Smasher.
Would you also be adding intelligence to this?
It wouldn't matter. I'm barely intelligent enough to take Artificer. And we had to mess with my character sheet to make that happen.
You might even out, because I think Deshane's barely intelligent.
Is that just your own view? No, if I add my intelligence, it's +1.
Yeah,
so
it's
it'd be
the
18.
same. So it'd be same, literally the same difference.
We should remember that for the future, because that is a +1. You both should be adding your intelligence. Thank you, Murray. But it is +1, so it doesn't actually matter in this case.
Yeah.
For both of you.
So.
Yeah, he beats you. He actually beats you, Smasher.
Yeah, I think you're getting the hang of this.
I'm gonna look up at you like this.
No, you're really good for a beginner. We'll go. You know, now that you've gotten the hang of this, you know, I'll start, you know, really, you know, now that you start putting the board back together real fast.
Yeah, and that is where we're going to call it tonight, folks. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
We're not actually ending on any kind of super cliffhanger like we usually do. We've got Mixie Nix having dinner with an old elven lady from the Fae, and Emma watching the door.
Emma going through her shit while watching the door.
Yeah, which I'm going to be adding some new things to her bag.
To it, but mainly watching the door. Never
and the
go
other two
alone,
playing dragon
people.
chess. Emma's a good bean. But yeah, we will call it there. And how are you feeling, Mixie Nix? Or rather,
I cannot see out of one of my eyeballs. The headache did turn into a migraine. I am not streaming tonight. I will
Sad
be announcing
face,
that onto Twitter now. But
health
yeah,
is
no.
important. Yes. Health is important, folks.
I'm going to turn off all lights and hide in a cave.
Yeah. Yes.
Weird,
so you
weird
go.
suggestion in case you didn't know. Midol actually works great for migraines.
Midol?
Yes, it's an anti-inflammatory, and that's what's happening with the migraine is you have an inflammation of blood vessels in the brain, and it cuts out the inflammation of blood vessels, allowing that pressure to actually relieve itself from your skull, because your brain's not hurting, it's your skull that's hurting. That's where the nerve endings are.
We're going to have to try that next time I have one.
Yeah,
Are we gonna
Midol.
raid? Oh yeah, Midol.
Not a sponsor, by the way. Not a sponsor.
Not yet.
Yes.
Midol.
Not a sponsor.
Call us.
If you'd like to, yeah, give us a call. But yes, we will be raiding. We'll be raiding the Perception Studios. So unless we have any other announcements, we'll run that outro.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Love you all. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow for playing with Matt at 6 o'clock MST for some raft.
Later, guys.
Later, guys.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.